will go down, can't track, can fuzz, and now they're starting to get to the position of, like, we just need a round. We just need a round. Like, the game is kind of over, but you don't want to get 13-0'd, you know, after such a hard-fought battle on the first map. I think it'd be really worrying, you know. That's a lot of energy, that's a lot of ups and downs to really deal with. Well, potential here for it to become an unbeatable kind of game. Very scary indeed for Miles NXT.
Yeah, it's one of those games, isn't it, where it just feels very unlikely that they're even going to show anything. Mentioning their previous results, a lack of game time on the map, we can see the roles on the team are a little bit messy. You know, just leaving their new boy Mixer on B. They tried to provide him with some support in some of those takes earlier, but just not been allowed to do anything. And SPARTA are so well versed on the map that it just doesn't seem like it's going to be any reality of any sort of comeback. Alien is maxing out on 16k as well. That's why I'm thinking about, when a game is this dominant, sometimes that money can just be completely out of control for SPARTA. And Mirage does seem very likely that he'd love one. 45-7 here. There's one, and there's an AK already gooshed down through the door. That's half his health gone. Elk, can he help out in time? 5 seconds often can be the way to start off a map for a team, and not even the gun round, but there he goes, and there goes AP Dust too. Nickelback with the ball bang. Alien with the hold on Mixer. MP9 removed as well. Quad kill for Alien. Everyone chiming in on SPARTA. They've reached double digits without reply.
Yeah. Feels like the game is potentially going to a third here. As we say, it's just a question of how quick that happens and how much of a negative effect is it going to have on Miles NXT. They're a little worried, I think, at this stage. This could become a very embarrassing affair, I think is the nice way of putting it. So, yeah, we'll find out. Guns are out. Early presence at short, but no bullets really fired off just yet.
Come on, lads. Avoid the 13-0. One of those sort of situations where, like, you've got two players who are this young on the team. The average age of the team now is 18.2. I think the oldest player is OP Dust, who's 20. A 13-0 in a game like this. When I was 17, if I lost a game 13-0, I think it would affect me a little while. Obviously, these guys are on a professional academy team for a reason. Their mentality is probably a bit better than mine was back in the day. But, yeah, they want to not embarrass themselves, like you say. Maybe just has missed the timing, I think, on them going up short. He's going to hear them now, but the fact that Dijon's already finding entries is too good. And look what Dijon's doing right now. He's in middle, he's near CT, he's got full control of both positions. Up to 15 and 5 now. Alien will find OP Dust, and in the end, Nickelodeon does go down to Nickelback. They are all alone.
Yeah. Not looking good. They're getting dominated, man. Played off the server at every turn. You know about AOC, and he can't even make it past the first obstacle in the 1v3. 11-0. Likely for 12. I don't see why not. There's not loads of money in the bank. No one's saving, so it's going to be a dusty buy here for Miles NXT. Can they find the pistol? Is now, I think, the question we're going to be asking.
Yeah. And look at this. We reached that stage of the game. I see a G3 SG1. They hear it firing off. Aok's getting angry. He doesn't want to let them that weapon get a kill. Look at that, going to keep it. Honestly, low key, I would keep it. And that's exactly the sort of thing that happens when you're 11-0 down. It never rains, but it pours. Nickelodeon and ESX both survive, but both take an AWP bullet through each other. Well, mortally wounded. One bullet is all he needs. Doesn't get a headshot on canvas, to be fair to Nickelodeon. He's done a fantastic job. Being that tagged up to get 2, would you believe it's the most progress they've had in a single round in this half?
Well, yeah. Yeah. And is it going to be enough? You know, there's been very brief moments, you can count them on one hand, where we've had lead of sorts. Ooh, Travis goes down, though. It's a nice little bait and switch there. And this bomb is actually really far away from anything, so they're going to opt to contact up short, try and get away with that. I can certainly see them doing to a certain extent. Really well-timed smoke there. It's only going to leave them with about 25 seconds to get a move on. Doesn't feel like a lot. They opt to go a little early, actually. The SX is out on a shot. Needs might be enough to take him down. They are indeed. It's not the clearest avenue, but they should be able to get a bomb plant here. One out towards long. This gets very interesting now, doesn't it, Maz and XT? It's almost unfamiliar territory as they've got to go for another rare retake. Flash comes over the top, and they line up nicely. Opdust is not in good position to capitalize on the distracted players, but he sets them up. And they will indeed get their first round, Trav.
Well, look. They've got one. That's better than 0. That's all I can really say about it. Fair play to OP Dust for sticking with it. The clutch comes through. Good molly. Good flank up long. And despite the Nickelback triple kill, it will be 11 only for Sparta. So only with a bit of a wry smile. Easy for them. We'll see if they can close out the map, which they should very quickly in the second half.
Well, it might be over quickly here. At least on Dust 2, that would take us to a third map, the Mirage. A great map to finish on between these two teams. We've had some pretty execute-heavy styles from Sparta on Cash, but they move a lot faster here on Dust 2. More confidence, I think it's safe to say. And, well, you can see why. With only one round in the concession column, they have done very, very well here. I think they'll just be going to that third a little faster than we were expecting.
Yeah, this has been domination, hasn't it? Every single round, it feels like, in that half, but for the OP Dust clutch to end it with 1. They had Dijon getting a multi-kill, they had Elliot getting a multi-kill, they had Canvas with 2 or 3 multi-kills in a row. It was way too much for Maz and XT, and there's the lack of reps they played on the map with their new lineup. Only the one game. Clearly getting exposed by a team that's played this map a lot as a group in 2026. See if they can get anything back before this map is said and done. You know they're going to have a Mirage, but they'd like to cause Sparta a bit of annoying stress first in this map. Maybe a little mini comeback to get to like 11-5 or something. Just to prolong it and frustrate them. But Sparta will want to end it here and now. Utility drawn from Maz and XT. They're going to work their way up short by the looks of it. Still a lie. Hop back off of it. Go back through middle. Dijon's got a great angle though. He's looking to fight for more. You could always trust him to get a double kill in that sort of scenario. That activates the canvas swing with the dualies. And that's a 5v2. Make that 2v4 for Maz and XT as they try and jump their way in. Aox can get caught by Alien though. And Dijon gets another multi. 19 and 6 for him. He's having one of his best performances in the Sparta shirt.
Wrap it up, Trav. We're done on Dust 2. I think it's safe to say. As an XT. Don't deliver there. That's your one hope. That's your one heroic comeback. Is winning the pistol and just giving yourself that little boon. Without that, I think, for me, it is just over.
Woof. Nice shot from Elian.
What a monster.
All those shots are going their way.
Has he got any more?
Go on. Go on, my son.
Oh, okay. He's after it. He could ace this here. He's just got to, land some shots. Here we go.
2 more. Go on.
Well, they're both low enough.
Give it to him.
No, of course not. But I think that might just be that. 3 kills on the scout has got to be enough to close it out from here. So, ace or no ace, he's won the round and the game for them.
Yes, couldn't be more done. That was the last time I saw a scout ace. Was it Krabeni's, I think, probably? That's a famous one.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dijon will get his kill with the MP9. And OP Dast is just thinking to himself, what do I do for the next 45 seconds? Might as well just try and poke and prod in the middle and stop Elian from getting a quad kill. 17 and 3 for Elian and 20 and 7 for Dijon. It won't be the best way to map from Dijon, I don't think. I've seen him play even better than this in various other maps I've covered of him. But it's nice to see Elian play well, and Travis will close it. So, as quickly as it began, the expected result for Sparta is even easier than we thought it would be. 13-1 on D2, and we're going to go straight to Mirage.
Yep, looking likely. I think this one is kind of a write-off. It comes down to the one-map shootout. That's really what it feels like it is all about here, and it makes a little sense, right? You got the Dust 2, which is Sparta's absolute favourite. Mars NXT, as you kind of pointed out a little bit, maybe even the recent stats are kind of skewed. And now moving into Mirage, when you've had, cash sprinkled in here as well, feels like the map that is going to make the most sense for these two teams. So excited to see how that one's going to go down. Looking forward to a third map, hopefully a bit more competitive than that second there, Trav. But of course, before we get there, we're going to have to take a short break in between those. So make sure you stick with us. We've got the Mirage coming up in a few minutes' time.
The expected result, for sure, in this series is a third map decider. Sparta made sure to send us there with a pretty convincing, and you know what, I'm not even going to say that, very, very convincing Dust 2, 13-1. There was no way they were ever going to lose that map. Now we go on to Mirage. Again, it's one of these maps from House NXT, which has been a little bit less played lately, and I'm a bit concerned how they're going to look on it. But still, we'll have to see if they can step back up and reset after what was a disappointing showing on map 2 after winning cash.
Yeah, and you talk about winning cash, I think the way in which that is done is kind of wild as well. They were very, very close to losing it over there. So, you know, you might argue that Sparta having a good performance on their own pick and then a decent performance on the opposition pick, you know, really does make a difference to their case. But we'll find out here. I think that there is a lot of potential for this to be another one-sided affair. I hope that Mirage, with the map that it is, the knowledge that there is, allows it to be a closer showing, but I just do feel that Sparta have a little bit of that extra level. That's maybe what we were expecting coming into today's game as well, you know, because of the experience that Sparta have and just the more completeness, it seems, as a team, rather than trying to be a sum of their parts, you know, and just get the aggressive players or the effective players out on that Mouse NXT side. They've got a lot of executes, but it just feels like there's not as much fluidity to the team, which is definitely what is needed in the modern game.
Yeah, for sure. I think another example is talking about Mouse NXT just having so many little reps with their new roster yet. You mentioned how the Dust 2 against Bushido Wildcats went pretty much awry as well. Looks like the Mirage did too. You know, 12th of July was only yesterday, and that was a 13-5 loss that Bushido Wildcats managed to put over them. So if you look at Sparta, they do win against some okay teams at this level. They beat Ensign a couple of days ago. They beat Leo, beat AM. I did lose to Atreides yesterday, but you know, it's a map they do play and do play to an okay level. And you'd expect for Sparta, after what they've just done on Dust 2 to Mouse NXT, for them to be able to close it here. And just a reminder for those of you who have only just joined, for the importance of the game. It's not like we're joining in an opening round here for the first ESL broadcast of Season 52. We're joining at the decider match stage of the 4 separate groups. And whoever wins this goes through to playoffs. Whoever loses it is eliminated. So a lot on the line on this third map decider here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think there is a serious consideration coming into this one. That you've got to be very, very careful. We're getting a little bit of an update in for you guys with some of the other games. Plenty of games going on at the same time. And of course, we do have the opening stage of the playoffs after this game, so make sure to stick around. You know, there's plenty of Counter-Strike tonight. I think things make a lot of sense there, sharing about the last resort, of course. You know, we'd always want them to do well in our corner, but yeah, a lot of these matchups, I think, making sense so far. Could have seen IC Academy against Brute, to be fair, but not got a closer inspection on the maps themselves. Nonetheless, this is how it stands at the moment. We're the only game still going, Trav.
Yeah, classic, isn't it? TLR, yeah, we wanted them to do well, and to be fair, they didn't do that badly by getting a 2-0 over Quasar to start the tournament, but it's the recovery game, it's the rematch, which is always a difficult one, and on this occasion they will get caught. So no Brits and / Irishmen in playoffs, unfortunately, for us to cheer for, but still, you'd expect that with their form. Unfortunately, it'll be a bit of a turn up if they're able to beat Fanatic, for example, and they rightly got beaten there. It would be nice to see them get that rematch successfully in their favour, but they'll have to go again in one of the next EU Cups coming up. Of course, one of the main things to talk about in this season of ESL Challenger League is the changing format. No longer a VRS invite tournament; it is purely open registration. So you're first come, first serve. Sometimes you can be in a good position to get some games against teams which are a little bit higher ranked than you, and a bit of a mismatch in a way. We'll see how that goes over the course of the next cups upcoming. And in the end, the knife round, as you can see, goes the way of Sparta. They'll choose to start on CT side and see if they can continue their form from map 2.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure they are hoping to do so. But that kind of form, I don't think you're going to be able to repeat 2 maps in a row. Still, you'll be happy with a fairly dominant showing here, 13-6, something like that. Could be very, very achievable, but we'll find out. Got the execute capability for Miles NXT as they go for a molly and 2 flashes. Kind of interesting when you're headed towards B. Not generally the nade setup, but they're going to move quick. They're not wasting any time. They're trying for a fresh slate here, I think, on this map is what they're after with something speedy like this, but it's just not quite going to plan. Canfuzz even does well to find one there into the 2-on-1 now, and Mixer, between a rock and a hard place, he's managed to isolate these fights. He runs out of ammo. They're trying to track him down. Somehow he has not been felled here, but he's completely lost track. Somebody tells him Ishan may be crossed, but not enough. Sparta come away with the pistol.
Yeah, nice try for Mixer. 3 kills in the round for him, but not able to close. Probably one of his best moments of the entire game, it has to be said. And one of the factors of this new Miles NXT project, I don't know, obviously. It's brand new. I'm not in the server with them. I have not heard any voice comms yet. I don't know what it sounds like. But you do wonder what the communication is like when you add 2 new players in any situation. Let alone adding 2 new players, one from France, one from China. What's the language barrier like? I assume it's not much. Otherwise, why would they add him to an EU mixed team? But still, there might be some things that need to be give that extra word to explain and understand. You never know. They would, of course, know what Mixer's heritage is. Maybe that's just what he wants to represent. Maybe he's lived in a different country for a long period of his career. Not something I've been able to find information on. So that's just something you have to speculate on for now. And comes the block here.
I'm going down. I mean, you'd be happy with that. Any kills you can get from here are going to be a bonus. Sparta have given you the room to get the bomb plant. Mixer does get one. And that will be that. So, second round in a row, but I think, when you're taking the hard eco, going for the early AKs, you now have enough money for nades and things, alongside those AKs. Maybe you don't need as many players on the Galils to make the utility happen. So, yeah, we'll be pretty happy with that, I think.
Clean 2-0 start, but they won't want to let Sparta run clear like they did on map 2, that's for certain. See if they can get an opening gun round in their favour.
Orp is looking. Will find.
Betting.
Yeah, really, really nice. Kind of gives the game away a little. Nickelback hidden away. His gun model maybe getting in the way of the second player, but all the same, strong advantage here. Might have to concede a bomb plan once again, but doesn't matter too much if you take the round. What they're looking to do here, MP9 flying by. Creates a lot of space. There's only one player that is unaccounted for, and I think they have a pretty good idea of where he will be at. ESX trying to use that to his advantage and look for an early headshot. Not going to present itself. Meanwhile, Opdust hidden away. And we're going to make the cheeky move to try and take him out here. He will eventually deal, you feel. His shots are not bad, but just too many numbers to get through, Trav. And it will indeed be Sparta on the board again.
Yeah, easy bait there to get them into position to secure that retake, and it is a team ace in the end from Sparta. Everyone chiming in for one. Good retake, good patience on it as well. Alien starting it off. Back getting his 1-for-1 with the FAMAS on the back. As you mentioned, the gun barrel being a little bit awkward, but getting one with the FAMAS is totally fine in that scenario. If he does good crosshair placement on the first, but too much damage taken to be able to do any more. Plant, and a couple of plants in a row, like you mentioned, will make a difference here on the opportunity to buy again. Good nade. Mixer down to 70.
York is out. Very, very quick here, way ahead of everyone else. And the Sparta setup might have backfired a little here. And they potentially know it. There might even be a few movements there to, like, do we just save this one? But 5 on 5 like that, I don't think you can. Nades coming in. So much in the way of this, though, Troutback. There's not a lot of time remaining. They're going to have to move very quickly, and the flashes are going to have to be good. It's decent, evens up the numbers at the very least. There's still so much space to take, so little information to do it with, and Opdust is kind of in the perfect position here. Wants to make sure he nets this, gets the info in for his teammates as well. And Mars and XT will be on the board a lot earlier than they were on the previous map.
Yeah, thankfully for them, that's a bit of a settler. Make sure they're on the board early. Just as well to pin them in and they don't over-peak him either at the end of the round to risk losing more guns. Yeah, the history for this Mouse and XT project has always been just the amount of players that they can find in the lower ranks who are young coming through, maybe even do trials for them as well. I think LMBT's tweeted a couple of times about how they'll do trials to find new additions for the team. Who can really be the man to step up? And when they lose Zelex, like I described at the beginning of the show, the main roster, someone else is going to have to take up that mantle. And I think Nicodian, for me, alongside AOC, has been the two that I need to see that from. But I think overall today, I've been most impressed by ESX. He's been looking pretty good on that sniper, especially on map 1. So we'll see if he can step up and activate into this third map decider. Sparta in general with their roster, of course, not the same Whitebird team they picked up. They wanted to bring Dijon and Canvas back in. They did. There's been a good call for them, but again, results just aren't as this team really would want, I feel. So getting a W here is paramount. They cannot afford to lose to an academy team and miss out on Cup 1 playoffs.
Ooh, so. Fine. Work from it. Still a tough fire on A to deal with of sorts. Elian going to draw them in. Oh, nearly not quite quick enough to set up. Nickelback saves his AWPer, but he will lose his own head. And Elian, some of the inconsistency you talked about maybe creeping into this round, but it's the supporting cast from B. Seemed to have just against the odds sorted it out. Okay, it was looking pretty good there for Mars and XT to take control of A. They didn't do it quite fast enough, it would seem.
That's the issue, right? Stringing the rounds together. Managed to get a good start, which is the main thing. I'm seeing a little bit more for Mixer in this map, but it might be in vain. Another immediate bounce back from Sparta. I haven't built up much money. That's the one positive for AsNXT. If they're able to win one of these cheeky rounds with the Deagles, we saw them win one on them on Cash. It's a great round from AOC back then. Feels like an age ago now, that 16-14 on Cash. Yeah, that eco round they won was showed you can't take them for granted. Anyone will make more noise dropping off stairs and focus back on middle again, and they look to burst out Palace with the Deagles.
Yeah, looking to move fast. Elian has spotted that one somehow. Mixer, however, will get a fluky shot onto Nickelback. Dijon takes a risk on the peak. He does so much damage, to be fair. It could have been 2. It could have been 3. They are really falling like flies here on the Sparta side of things. Don't tell me this round's going to work out. Bomb's gone down. Damage has been done. Is that enough? Bomb softens up even more. They're incredibly low here. Capital's making plenty of noise, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Flash over the top.
Bang, surely.
Yeah, Molly, nade in the right place. Nade? Yeah, it does get it done.
Yeah.
The wallbang was probably going to join it in just a second. So Sparta will get it over the line, but that is a very, very costly round, actually.
Yeah, not bad from AsNXT. Again, they're making little bits of progress with the frags they're getting, the plants. How many plants have they had early game? I mean, I'm lucky that AOC gets caught like that, but they've had back at the round history on HLTV. How many defuses? That's going to be their 3rd defuse, I think. So Yeah, they're getting in there. Maz and XT. Not being able to convert them as of yet. ESX on the T side AWP again. I think on CT side it's more expected for him to look better. T side can be hard to integrate yourself into a map with the AWP, but for Sparta, they're still in a good position now. 5-1. They've only lost 2 rounds in what? 19. So they're still very much dominating this one. Yeah, it's 18-2 at the moment. Last map and a half.
Going a little crazy. I think it is safe to say. How long may it continue, I suppose? As Sparta looks set for another pretty dominant affair. Just got to net a couple more of these challenging rounds again. Yeah, this could be mega dangerous. Travis to open up here, nice and simple. And really on Mirage, you can win off of that. You know, a free kill, as it were. Not too much expended in terms of the position, utility, the trade back maybe. You can just rest up now and really force Miles and XT into a difficult set of decisions that might not go their way.
Just blind on the corner of apartments. He's looking in the right position for Canfers on that bench corner. Always nice to have this angle though, but thankfully for OP Dust, he clears it well. Be happy with that. That forces Dijon to make his move. We don't all know how consistent Dijon has been. His map 2 was superb, but Travis has been burnt out by AOC as well, and Dijon is having to fight each and every angle. AOC is so close, unexpectedly so. It's a good pick. And that will bring it back into a 2v2. ESX on the line, just falls down as Alien goes for the kill. That's really frustrating for him. And then AOC gets cleared by Nickelback. That's one that could have gone the way of Mouse and XT. Again, another plant.
Yeah, I suppose. There's some silver linings in places, but they just can't finish the rounds, can't complete them. And again, I think it does just go back to the fact that Sparta have more of a wide playbook, a wide approach, rather than just trying to spearhead things that Miles and XT tend to be doing here. A little too giddy for fights and stuff, aren't they? That's also one of the things. I think they're really trying to win the round when, as your old dad might say, you let the hammer do the work, you know what I mean? Like, just sort of step back a little bit and let the round unfold before you, rather than trying to force it.
Yeah.
So,
the tools do the work.
Exactly, yeah. But it's a challenge, I think, because obviously you've had such a one-sided run for so long. It's like, we've got to get this round, I have to do something, I have to be the hero. Moving fast into A, not saving any time to break up the round here. Quick little trade as Nickelback is constantly towards dark. Here we go, Opdust with some get up and go as he finds 2 really nice kills there.
Yeah, trying to, again, just make individual plays to break it open, but, again, it is not a done deal. How many plants have they had? It's a ridiculous amount so far, Mirage, with very little rounds to show for it. This one, though, 4v3, Canfers is shifting away. He's looking for the door with OP Dust, but they are continuing to go for this one with the kits and utility. That's a lot of utility as well. Nicodian could be a key factor. Right now it's only a 3v3 on the site itself. Nicodian needs to get into position. Smoke coming through now. He needs to get that defuse quickly. Alien's going to find one, but in comes Nicodian. Alien is not near that bomb. So good job from Maz and XT to finally get one over the line. Alien should be fine to the bomb blast. Only just, as you can see. 21 HP to spare, but the most important thing is that Maz and XT will double their score.
Indeed. Consistency now, though, isn't it? You know, not to immediately bring them back to reality, but that is the nature of the game, the round-on-round kind of play, you don't have a lot of time to celebrate. An immediate timeout from Sparta. I do love this. Yeah, no, just keep them at bay and try and keep them on 2 rounds. You know, like I said, it probably wasn't going to be as dominant as the last map, but still scope for it to be a pretty one-sided affair. Well, time to see if the timeout has been effective or not. Very, very good at this stage, I feel. Sparta, plenty of plans, I think it is safe to say, as a team. And a lot more that they can draw from. Indeed, having Railway in that coaching slot behind them today. Helping out a little bit. He might become a permanent fixture.
Yeah, the bye, a little bit rough, obviously, with the save and the amount of close rounds there have been between these two teams. So if Fanatic can grab this one and don't allow a Sparta save, then looking at the possibility of a closer map. We go back close ramp with the MP9. We hear all utility jumping. Molotov or Incendiary will come through to try and force them not to check back in the corner. They do clear it properly, but he only goes 1 for 1. Win out on his AWP. Always in the right position, so whether he delivers, and he will once again. 2 kills on that AWP, up to double-digit frags now in the map. Codian tries to put pressure on him, but Elian has a favourable angle. We'll see arm and body first then. Codian even sees him. ESX is in the middle of no man's land on the site. Sparta again hitting straight back with a quad kill or a triple kill from Elian. That makes it 7-2.
Yeah, having a good couple of maps. I mean, I tried to be soft curse him or whatever into a slightly worse map here, right? He had a couple rounds or a couple shots that just didn't quite make it. So I was kind of expecting, maybe wanting for the story, you know, some slightly more one-sided play, but he's looked really, really good here once again. So 2 maps in a row now where he is just kind of farming. I think it is the punching up with Elian. That was also always the issue back in the day.
Yeah.
Where, I don't know if it's a nerve thing or a ceiling on his play, but, you know, he's really, really hard to rely on. In some of the bigger games, even more even games, you might say. So, yeah, it's a bit scary.
We have some information in Kick Chat. And I guess it does make sense when you look at his full name. Mixer's full name is Mikolai Zhu. So, apparently, he is mostly Polish. He may be Chinese in ID, but he lives in Poland and speaks Polish. So, still, I think my point remains about, you know, coming in an English team. Either way, you know, in an English-speaking roster. But still, that's great context for him being added to this team. So, yeah, you can put 2 and 2 together with his actual full name on HLTV, but good to hear confirmation of it. Shout out to CatInboxLol for that.
Hey, banger name also. Respectable, funny joke. Goes down well, you know, it's not something questionable, but it's still funny. So good job. Inbox lol. Bullet in brain lol. That's what Elian says. As he continues opening up, and he opens up towards B this time, so he's kind of just, you know, running rampant, playing quite dynamic, quite loose. Really good stuff.
Yeah. This is the Elian you want to see play well. He's mentioned that you were saying about him, you know, punching up and stuff like that, and that's kind of what he's had to do in his career, unfortunately, in the last, like, however long he's had to drop into lower tiers to continue it. He was out in the cold for a little while before he came back. Obviously tried that in Asia. Got a second headshot in the round though. So we'll go down. That's up to 13 and 5 now for Alien. 4v3 confirmed. It's a good trade kill coming out of AOC, but getting any more progress than that feels difficult. And Nickelback will get the kill on Nicodian. A little bit of aggression up mid. Just feels like they're so locked in, pincered in. And with 24 seconds, I think the save is the obvious call.
Looking rough. Looking very, very rough as they are similar to Dust 2. Not quite as dominant, but still similar to Dust 2 in the sense that they're just not leaving enough of themselves in these rounds. And I think we might be in for another one-sided affair here, Trav. The deeper game, much more effective from the side of Sparta, and they just keep showing that. But it's these openers. I think that's one of the big things. Elian is really playing a fantastically confident game and delivering round after round with opening moments. And he may well look to do so once again.
Yeah, he's been very difficult to beat, hasn't he? In these opening fights, and ESX is being taught a little bit of a lesson. That AWPing role. Like the promising start to the series on Pamaz and XT, adopting Cash because of the underdog does make a lot of sense. Adopt the new map quickly and hope another team isn't as well versed in it. Well, Sparta had played it a couple more times since there, but not perfectly, only against lower ranked teams. So I can understand why they went into it. It worked out for them, but anything since then has not really gone their way at all. Is there anything left? This first half, the coaching already dinked down, and Dijon has a line on top of the smoke, thankfully. Good trade for Mixer.
Yeah, could be workable. AOC in an interesting position here as well. Molotov forced him forwards, and he needed that one. Nickelback takes a moment, but will grab the swing, and goes back home towards Dark. He's actually looking to maybe press the attack a little. Meanwhile, rotations coming in. Mouse and XT once again read like a book with Canfuzz, it is, in the perfect position to cut off any kind of exit. So 4-on-2, feeling like a done deal once again. 20 seconds. Number 9, grasp of Sparta. Unless Mr. Mixer can go absolutely crazy, which I think in 10 seconds they're just not even going to let him do. So yeah, it is pretty much over here. Indeed it is, so yeah. Not looking good. Mouse and XT really disappeared since map 1.
Yeah, I guess that's the factor in picking the map, right? Just, that's the only thing they really had in their wheelhouse to fight in this series in the end. Looks like Sparta are going to get through. Final team to make it through to playoffs, actually. Group A, Hotu beat Brute in the winners match to make it through, and then Brute managed to recover in the decider match to get through to playoffs as well. Fnatic got through 2-1, 2-0 against Miso and TLR. Quasar beating TLR in the decider match. Group C, Gen 1, one of the other stronger teams in this tournament, going through in comfortable fashion. Entropy getting their way through in the decider match. Entropy a couple of known players on that roster as well. And this is the final one we've got here. Bushido Wildcats looking for a team to join them from Group D. It looks like it's going to be Sparta. Okay start to this final round of the half, though, for these NXT players. And look at this trio grouped up in the smoke, waiting for it to fade. Dijon, if he gets more than one from here, it would be a massive surprise. Canfuzz is in a good position to help go with them, though. And look at the body block in the smoke. Oh, it's so awkward. Does he realise? He does. And he finds his one, but he's out of bullets. It's now to be Canfuzz. It's 1, it's 2. Great recovery. A pincer connector to perfection. Nicodian is wishing that bomb wasn't in spawn. He could have planted it right now. He's going to have to win the 2 fights to end off the half.
Yeah, a lot to ask and not going to happen for him. Elian drops him easily, as he has been doing to players all half long. 10-2. Got to be enough once again. We've got a break coming up here, folks. It looks like Sparta will be knocking Mauser.
It's not quite an 11-1, but it's a 10-2, and that's as near as it could be as perfect for Sparta in the first half. They're always pretty good on CT Mirage. The one tiny little hope I have left for Mouse and XT is that I've seen Sparta chuck a couple of leads on their T-side a couple of times in their history. They don't have the best T-side record on Mirage, but it still feels like that is the thinnest of silver linings for Mouse and XT.
Yes, about as thin as they get, probably. And it's not really going to feel too great to them, I think. They won't be considering that. They obviously just want to be in the lead, in control, and they have not been for quite some time. So, yeah, I really do worry for how this one's going to look and whether it as an extension of play, or whether Sparta are just able to close things out here and now. And, you know, it feels like it is going to be the latter, based on all the evidence that we've had for quite a while now, you know, 2 maps worth of rounds. So, yeah, really quite worried for Mouse and XT, particularly with this pistol, of course, which is something that they couldn't quite edge out. Last time of asking, when they were backs up against the wall, you know, sometimes you just get that USB performance. If it happens here, could be Mixer, and he's in the spot for it. 2 might be enough. It's Aok who's low, Aok who they've got to watch. And he knows it. He's playing around that smoke, making sure not to go down. Pulled a big freeze on the round here on both sides, really. It's an odd game state, to say the least. Nickelback finds Aok. P250 reveals, but it's ESX with the crisp frag that might turn the tides of this one. Nickelback is looking, trying to isolate the jewels, but he can't. So here we go, Maz and XT with the pistol.
Can they compound it and work their way back in? We shall find out. Again, Mixer on pistol rounds, delivering. Good work from him. Got 3 in the T-pistol in vain. 2 here contributes to Mouse and XT getting their 3rd. No plant for Sparta, expecting an eco, and it will be. And the alien with a D.
Pretty chill here. Sparta aren't necessarily expected to do too much, but certainly capable, I am sure. And maybe just looking for the bomb plant as well is kind of the big question.
Probably. Main thing they want. I mentioned, you know, Sparta not being good on their T side. I'm going to put a number to that right now. Firstly, a number that I saw, which was a bit surprising. They played Mirage quite a bit in the last 3 months. They only won 12 out of 32 pistol rounds, which is pretty low. That's another one going awry there. Their T side win percent is 40.5% compared to 57.2% on their CT side. Sure, it's a slightly CT map, but we want a little bit more than that. And in general, Sparta are just plainly better on their CT side and always have been. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them. You never know what kind of streak Maz and XT could build up. They just lock it down. It will convert the eco, as we thought. And the guns can now come out for Sparta.
Yeah, quietly curious here. Maz and XT, are they going to be able to make us believe? Or will it be Sparta just picking up where they left off? You know, the pistol, we always say, slightly harder to predict. Slightly more random at times. Mid-control coming in. Sparta, similar to Dust, opting to move quite fast on this here T side. No kills as yet.
Need to break the smoke from 2 different angles. Works in the way of Dijon, but Mixer's in a position on short, trying to elevate his angle as well to fight for more, but then realises, that's a little bit ill-advised. I may as well be hitting with my 1 to recover it into the 4v4. I'm still top middle, but it can be herded back away. They want to, with the smoke up. And they'll do that.
really slowed down. 50 seconds left. Sparta encroaching towards B. 35 seconds. They'll start to make noise. Optus with the nades in here, trying to slow them down a little. Ooh, Mixer with a weird timing. Can he do anything with it? One plant coming in. He's lost his teammate on the site itself. I don't think they're going to expect him this fast, but as soon as he finds one, it's now a difficult run. He does well. Ooh. Can the rest of the team help out? I don't think so. Nicodian is left in the impossible situation. One bullet the difference here for him, so he's going to have to really defy the odds. And he misses out. 11-4 for Sparta.
Small little factors there for Sparta and how they take B. Once they get onto the site, even with that Mixer flank, and I know he still gets 2 kills, they don't allow those 2 kills to come through immediately because of the positioning, right? They play close left there, they play a player in apartments, a player still hidden on around default. It's not giving Mixer kills back quickly. And then it's really just Alien being key again on a rifle this time, not on the AWP. The second kill onto AOC was the key. Frag to make sure that NXT weren't allowed back in on that retake. So well done there from Alien and Sparta as a whole to break their way through and take their time and go through all the protocols correctly. I'll get one round closer to the finish line and the playoffs for ECL Season 52 EU Cup number 1. Got a few EU Cups to play out before the rest of the regions in the league do get going. The classics, of course, as we always have in South America, for a chance for a team to qualify for Pro League eventually. In all their different regional finals. Oceania, Asia, South America, North America. So we'll be seeing that same path again for all these teams to get a big event. John gets some information on the stairs player, and Alien's out A already.
Yes, X. He's looking for a target, but it just isn't presenting. Travis goes flying. Well, I'm going to get planted momentarily here. Deep smoking towards CT. I mean, the retake is on, but is it going to work here? No kit available. Big nade there. That knocks one of the M4s into incredibly low HP territory. So, really going to be happy with that. The smoke going to start dissipating in towards CT now, but just a question of maybe keeping these CT players at bay if it is at all possible. It would seem not. They've thinned the herd. Not a lot of time left on the bomb though, Trav. That's kind of the key thing here. There's no hit. So it's just over. It's just over, really. Has he gone on the bomb in good time? They're not quite prepared for him. I don't know that he has time. Honestly, looking at the bar, it's going to be awfully, awfully close. Oh, man. Elian finds the kills, knocks him off the bomb. I think he did have the defuse, actually.
Yeah.
That nearly slipped under the radar, but not quite.
That was so tight. Feel bad for Mauser NXT. They kind of do everything right on what is a very, very hard retake. And Elian's done a great job because he knows if it's a 1v1, there's no conversation. He's just charging in to find that diffuser. The fact he's the only player alive with Nicodian trying to hold the line from the stairs as well, he's going to get past both of them, as you can see. Thankfully, for his sake, Nicodian was already 5 HP, and he had that exact amount of time to sprint onto the bomb and get it denied. So, yeah, no defuse for Mauser NXT, I'm afraid. They're down to 5-7s, Deagle and MP7 on Nicodian to save the game at 4-12 down. And look at Dijon, he's ready already, in a great position. Nicodian will get a bit of a surprise, thankfully for his sake, does jiggle it first.
Well, let's see. Now or never for Mauser NXT. A weird game state to deal with as they've lost control of Con really, really fast. And, well, they've lost control of A to boot. It's all down to ESX here. I don't think he's going to be able to get it done. He will indeed fall. Flawless to close out. Sparta 13-4. It's not quite the domination of map 2. Just those extra percentage points and reps coming into play maybe. But it's still really very one-sided and sort of more of what we were expecting after watching that second map.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is way more representative of a series like this. Right, Mauser NXT have these caveats of playing with their brand new 2 players, how well they're going to integrate them in. You've got a new AWPer, you've got a new sort of anchor rifler as well, and Mixer playing all the hard positions on the map. Very, very difficult for them to really do much. They did very well to overperform slightly on cash. That was their key in the series, to give themselves any sort of chance at all. With a new map being in the pool, often that's what players and teams do to give themselves a chance in a series when they're the big underdog. You pick the new map and you try and get it done. They did in tight fashion, but it did just kind of lead itself to be pretty obvious that once Sparta looked good on Dust 2, that there wasn't going to be any looking back for them. So there'll be harder tasks for Sparta incoming. I believe we have a bracket update to have a quick look at to see how this is going to go down. I think we may have playoffs updated as well. You can see there in Group 4 that Sparta have confirmed their spot, and there it is. So all the playoff games are confirmed, and that Sparta versus Fnatic game will be a very interesting one. That'll be the one covered by our colleagues Jay and Dweg in a little bit, Harvey, and that is Fnatic's brand new team as well, with Maze from Spirit Academy and Cairn from NIP.
Yeah, that'll be pretty exciting. I think that'll be pretty exciting, of course. And just to see how the playoffs unfold. Of course, the way that this all goes is you have like the 4 cups and whatnot, and then that goes into a regional final. So there's still a lot of work for all these teams to be done, but it's great to have a good position. If you win another cup as well, that tends to give you a bit of a boost if the rules are still the same. So, all that kind of stuff really sets this up to being a very, very exciting first cup. It can be very important in terms of the life cycle for maybe entering Cup 3 if you want to give it another go further down the line. Sparta up against Fnatic coming up after the break. Make sure to stick with it. Plenty of ECL action on the way.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Chex.
And a very warm welcome back to the ESL Challenger League. Time for our second match of the day as we move from the groups and into the quarter-final proceedings, into our playoff bracket, where it's all to play for with no second lifelines from this point onwards. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne for this evening's action. How you doing, man?
Well, I always find it funny when we come into a new season. For you and I, we always look at it and say, yeah, I think we did about season 10 or about 15. You're like, bloody hell, that was so long ago. How's this ECL campaign been going? But that's what makes it so historic, right, is that it's been going for years and years.
Indeed it has. It will continue into season 52. Cup number 1, of course, of many this season out here in the European division. So plenty of action coming between now and the end of the year. So if you're missing out on this one, don't worry. There's plenty more to go, but you definitely don't want to miss out on our matchup to close out the day into the playoffs we move, where, look, a lot of action has to take place simultaneously. So there's a number of teams that will want to try and make their campaigns known in the competition, at least of the 8 that remain, Blake.
Yeah, we've got some high-ranking teams. We've also got some underdog teams. I'm looking at the group stages. Think I was quite impressed by Bushido Wildcats. I know that they've been a frequent attender in some of the ECL seasons in the past. They're now starting to upset some squads and get themselves some good wins overall. Hotu over in the first group. Mate, they're a proper team. They're a high-end Tier 2 squad. They're within the top 40 on BRS. They're a serious contender. They're easily the best team that we've got moving forward into the playoffs now.
Certainly the most highly ranked of the competition available here at this moment in time. So probably our favourites overall, but not the matchup that we'll be focusing on in the quarterfinals. You can see that they've drawn up against Entropy. Should be a pretty simple 2-0 for the O2 side. Bushido Wildcats got their victory earlier on against Sparta. So they'll be taking on Quasar in their quarterfinal game. Gen 1 will try and redeem themselves in the French roster against Brute, and our matchup today will be Fanatic versus Sparta to open up the playoff bracket. These are two teams on two very different trajectories, and two teams that I think have a lot to prove for that $7,000 prize pool.
They certainly do. I think for Sparta, they need to get a bit of a move on, right? They're an organisation and a squad that will look at their results, even across different iterations of the roster, and say it's not good enough for the players that we have. Whereas for Fnatic, on the other side, I think they're a lineup that are trying to go through a little bit of roster changes, trying to find the right direction of how they're going to try and address this second half of the season. This could be a very positive event for them.
Well, look, for all the players involved in this competition, they are hoping that they can try, well, in this particular matchup specifically, they must imagine that in their own mental states, they should be able to believe that they can make it through to that one of those top-end placings in the money zone of the competition, because you have got a Fnatic side that are the core of that Passion UA roster that a couple of years ago really broke out, and they've known what it's like to play at that highest sort of level, and you would take a look at guys like Fear Jambo and Jacasbo and say that you would hope that they would make that success happen. This new roster, obviously with Maisie in the mix as the new 5th man, hasn't really been tested yet, though, and I have to say that the early results don't necessarily encourage me.
Yeah, look, I have to look at Fnatic and say, upgrade in certain pieces. Carney is an unbelievable rifler. He was really good on that TNL and Inner Circle roster. I don't think he was utilized properly on NIP at all. I mean, that whole roster was just completely in shambles. That's why they keep turning players over and getting new players in through the door. I think he can go back to some of that previous form. As for Maisie, I don't know, right? I mean, you've only played on Spirit Academy. You've got, what, 41 maps played on HLTV? He's young, he's inexperienced, and he's hungry to try and turn Fnatic around.
Yeah, look, I definitely agree with Carney. In fact, in the first few maps that he's played for this team, he has become the top-rated player for Fnatic in just 5 of them. So that's already a positive start for his own perspective. For my money, it's more the results, particularly during the opening stage of Group B, where they actually got tested by Misa of all teams, got drawn out to 3 maps in that sort of perspective. So their whole thing is about getting the results above all else here. Carney, of course, will be one of the players to watch out for. On the other side of the board, you've got a Sparta side who, again, have been top-end Tier 2 squads. Alien probably the most standout element that you'd hope that would be able to reach that high level of breakout form like you had only a few years ago, but they've also had struggles on the SPARTA roster themselves.
Yeah, they have, but not today. I was watching the broadcast just before and watching SPARTA going up against Mouse NXT. Bro, the AWPer of Alien went 17-3 on Dust 2 and 21-8 on Mirage. He was just hard carrying. And I think that's what he can bring to any squad. Doesn't matter if he's playing with Nickelback, doesn't matter if he's playing with anyone in the CIS scene. He has an extremely high ceiling. Now, that's going to be required in this kind of a matchup, and I think the way that they blew Mouse NXT out on Map 2 and on Map 3 brings you a lot of confidence going into a tough battle, because they know that Fnatic is not an easy opponent.
Yeah, to summarize things on the Mouse NXT Sparta matchup, that could have been a 2-0 for Sparta. In fact, it could have been a 3-0 for Sparta.
Yeah.
Take a look at how things panned out in terms of those maps. 16-14 on that Cashman, 13-1 on Dust 2, 13-4 on Mirage. Like, they've come out a hot form today, and that's a very encouraging sign. You're taking on a Fnatic side who themselves are weakened. You want to gain some confidence. You want to knock a big boy out of the competition, because you would expect that the core of Fnatic will be bolstered enough to be able to come up with a game plan to deal with Sparta. We've seen them on LAN recently. They made a top 3 before the player break, and they want to try and make something a little bit better having in the online circuit. Sparta, in the same sort of regard, want to try and maintain as many results as possible, because they have been playing a fair amount.
Funny enough, there's a head-to-head between both of these squads. You think back to the last cup that we had in the previous season of ECL, it was a consolidation final where Sparta was able to get a 1-up at a pretty comfortable best-of-3 victory. Now, I would certainly think that today, Fnatic are going to be the favourites and they are going to be the stronger team, but for Sparta, if you were able to get into the grand final of the very last cup that you played, and now you go into the new season, instantly into the quarterfinals, I think your goal's got to be the same. Win the quarterfinal game, win your semi-final, and then get yourself in that grand final position.
Yeah, look, they've done it before, and they'll be looking at that whole previous result saying, listen, it's been a few months now, we hopefully should be able to maintain that level of form and take it back again, right? It was a 2-1 series, we had some very confident maps in our favour at that time, so there's a lot of positivity for ourselves, and equally so, it would be a good litmus test, not only for Fnatic to find how their next two pieces, their new two pieces, will fit into the team and sort of compare the pair between the old and the new. But a similar story for Sparta, because they themselves also made roster changes only a little over a month ago, bringing Dijon and Canfos into the mix. And I won't say it's been a successful launch per se, but it certainly has given a lot of intrigue in terms of the first impressions of where Sparta could land.
Yeah, I'll be real. I've been very disappointed by their results. I've covered a few of their games where they've been smashing teams and look really good. But then, even recently, I mean, you're losing to Atreides in European Pro League. They are so up and down. They are all over the place. And even though it's not been a huge amount of time, they've still played about 30-odd maps on HLTV as a full 5. So Nickelback's got to recognise we're 109th on HLTV or on VRS's ranking. That's atrocious. Like, by our standards, as a core 3 and the 2 newer guys coming in, they should be a lot higher. I think they should be averaging around a 50 to 60 marker, similar to where Fnatic are right now. So when you're outside of the top 100, you've got to get a move on. You've got to start increasing these results.
Yeah, no doubt about that much. And I imagine that there'll be a chance to try and surge back into that top 100 if things pan out well enough for them. If they can just maintain this one good victory, that might be at least a step in the right direction. So with that last series in mind, Dwayne, you mentioned it back during ECL Season 51. We saw a 2-1 series. Mirage Inferno and Dust 2 were played out in that series. Is it going to happen again today?
Well, Cash will probably get picked in from Fnatic. They've been liking that map quite a lot. I mean, Anubis and Nuke are always tend to be the insta-bans for both of these organizations. But Fnatic picked Cash against Misa, they picked it against TLR, and then for Sparta, I mean, they love Dust 2, so they're definitely going to pick that.
Yeah, and at 13-6 rather in the last meeting against the Fnatic camp. So for their perspective, they really want to maintain that. Inferno was a map played in the previous head-to-head. That's been banned out first wave by Sparta. You mentioned the new default ban from Fnatic. It also comes out. Dust 2 picking for the Sparta side. And if you are right about that Cash pick, then I'm very excited about it. No, we're going to be cupped again. No chance to see that map for you and I. It's Ancient that comes in for Fnatic instead.
We might get it as a decider. I mean, we've seen Cash at least being played twice from Sparta. It didn't look great in that series versus Mouse NXT. It got pushed all the way to an overtime, but it looked a lot better versus the Ukrainians of Noir Verse. So we are going to get it as the decider. This is a good veto from Fnatic's point of view, that you're confident on picking into it. You're playing it as a third. If you are Sparta, though, you're pretty confident on at least going 1-0 up in the series. As for the Ancient pick, this is only the second time in history across the last 3 months that we're seeing that map getting picked out, and that's across 30 best of threes. They picked quite a lot of Inferno, quite a lot of Anubis, quite a bit of Cash recently, Mirage. So Ancient is definitely a punish, and they're looking at Sparta's, 6 wins and 11 losses in the last 3 months, and thinking, yeah, let's go in for that. Let's make it really rough for the opposition.
And knowing that they themselves have got a pretty positive win rate on the map, up 11 times played on Fnatic's perspective, 8 of them being victories, so it kind of makes sense that you would play into a strength, follow it up with a weakness. For Cash, obviously, you mentioned it being the decider. For me, just for that alone, I really want to see a 3-map affair. But in terms of the chances that we could get a 3-map affair, do we think it's so confident in these first 2 maps they should be as one-sided as they were in individual map scorelines like it was in the last head-to-head?
Yeah, I do believe so. Even though I might sit here and say that Sparta are an inconsistent team, they've looked very good today, and they've looked very good on Dust 2 across the majority of tournaments that they've played recently. It's their go-to, they're getting a lot of officials. Yeah, there was a slightly underwhelming Dust 2 performance against the Bushido Wildcats in that Group D winners matchup, but they'll look at this one today and say, Fnatic, they've only played a couple of best of 3 series with their new couple of players. Yeah, let's at least go 1-0 up. Let's at least get towards that third.
And let's try to see if we can make a confident victory happen. Because I think one thing that Fnatic need in terms of their own right things is just a bit of confidence for themselves. They've lacked confidence in so many different factors for so long right now that they really just need some sort of pick-me-up. And maybe it could happen here in ECL. We obviously know that it's the tournament that's mostly here to qualify teams towards the Pro League, and that's probably something that Fnatic as an organisation and the core of the players, obviously being from ex-Passion UA, will be looking to maintain as like an overarching goal. Whether they can make it happen in terms of actual qualification, that's another story entirely. But in the back of your minds, again, if you're a player like these guys, you want that above all else.
Oh, well, we saw TDK making the run happen in the previous season, and I wouldn't throw, let's say, their position or their peak too far off of a Sparta or a Fnatic. I mean, that's the kind of position we're looking at with the majority of these Tier 2 teams. TDK at the time of qualification weren't even winning titles in Tier 2, but they went on a run. So Sparta and Fnatic both know getting a good win here is obviously going to progress us further on the bracket, but we also need to get ready for Ho2. I look at that team on the other side. They've just picked up Dewushka, who was playing on, Incilio, and then that Bebop team. He's quite a good rifler. You've got some experienced players over there. Mo's the head coach. You've got, Norbert that's there as well. I don't really see Entropy holding much in that series. The Qzar boys, the Bushido Wildcats, they're not going to really do much against Ho2. Gen 1 and Brew, I think they're going to get absolutely bombed in that semi-final, no matter if they're playing the quarter of Sparta or Fnatic. So, I mean, you'd have to just look at the bracket and say, right, well, it's going to be Ho2 versus Sparta or Fnatic. Now, that might not be the case, but if we're looking at favoritism and we're being realistic, that's the most likely outcome in the grand final.
Well, look, for both Sparta and Fnatic, both teams fell short of the qualification to the ECL play-ins from last season. I think it was Fnatic made 3rd place and Sparta made 2nd place in Cup number 4. So obviously, with that being the last of the cups, it was their last chance, and they both fell short towards the likes of the grand finalists and of course to each other during that consolidation matchup that you mentioned. So for both their perspectives, a bit of redemption on the table. Whether they can make that happen is again another thing to have to manage, and they are taking each other on much earlier in the bracket, so only one's going to get that chance at redemption if they get it at all. Certainly with online CS, anything can happen, but I am very encouraged that the form of these two teams is lined up today to look into this series in the way that it can do, because I think it could be a good one. I think it could be a 3-map affair. I think it could be a close one at times if respective teams get their way.
And I think for Fnatic, they kind of ended the first half of the season in the best way possible of having a good run at that Swedish LAN. I know that it was only a 3rd place, but knowing that you had Bratko in there, who really was underwhelming, he really struggled ever since joining, and then you've got Pol Bandana, who's a stand-in, who's never played with any of those guys before, and you at least keep it tight versus Alliance. You take a map off of Metasport. It's not the largest of positives, but what has been positive this year, right? I think Fnatic have had a very difficult 2025 and transitioning into 2026. So when you at least feel that you can compete on LAN and you can get the vibe of not having Crims in the team as well, speaking full Ukrainian, and now moving forward with 2 newer players, a bit more of a direction around the roster, I think that these maybe next few weeks, even next month, it could be a very good test for Fnatic to just see, all right, can we be a contender? Because we really should be with the players that we've got.
I mean, yeah, again, they should be, and I think at times they've certainly shown that up here. I think one of the qualifying factors of that Journey Summer event we were talking about earlier, the Swedish LAN, is that once they took on real, truly legit opposition, like Metasport and Alliance, things really started to get awkward for them. Yeah. So I have to sort of, again, ask the question, who in this bracket is legit opposition? Do Sparta count? Is it just Ho2? Like, is this going to be where things can go off the rails for Fnatic? Because they've already had a struggling affair against Misa earlier on, so Sparta on paper probably should be able to live up to those expectations.
Now, I would say typically I would not throw Sparta in that ballpark, but when you've just won 13-1 and 13-4 versus Mouse NXT, yeah, okay, take it with an asterisk. It is Mouse NXT, or who even is their 4th and 5th player? Just dogs, right? You know, that's how I'm looking at that team. But from their point of view, that's a really dominating score, isn't it? That's coming in and that's getting business done. So yeah, I would throw them in with the ballpark just because of what they achieved in that last best of 3.
Momentum in mind, you'd hope that they would have the warmed-up affair and warmed-up nature of themselves being so geared into a matchup and being so match-sharp that they're going to deliver in terms of the firepower here. Now, in terms of the firepower elements, obviously Elian is the man to highlight the most in terms of his role as well, but Travis is the man that's actually rated the highest in the Sparta camp, so we've kind of been underestimating some of the other elements here on this side. What else can you tell me about the firepower that Sparta will have?
Look, the stats might indicate that Travis is the 2nd best player on this team, or at least the best rifler if we're counting Elian as the number 1 right now. Dijon is the best player on this team. He is really solid, he's really strong, he's young, and while he's inexperienced, he's got a good little relation with CanFuzz because they've been in and out of teammates for a little while. So I think he's got serious potential, and it's only going to be a matter of time until we see it more consistently, because again, he's only been here for, 6 weeks or so. He's working with a brand new in-game leader, he's working with a brand new AWPer, he's working with experienced players, which he's never had throughout his career.
34 maps each for Dijon and CanFuzz on this Sparta side. Let's see whether they can try and maintain some excellence and put it 35 and 36 to their favour. Pistol's about to go live here. Dweg, I think we're both on the idea that it's a 2-1, but are you going to go Fnatic or are you going to go Sparta?
I'm going to go towards Fnatic. I think this could be a competitive series, though. I would not be surprised if Sparta can create a bit of chaos and start threatening the likes of the more experienced squad today.
Well, certainly the experience sits with Fnatic, but for me, if you're going to talk about that firepower, I think I'm going to have to put Sparta ahead in that sort of regard. I mean, we've just seen so many times teams come into they just come out of the hotness and straight into the fire. So for my money, I'm going to back Sparta in this series, but really, it is a matchup that could cut either way, especially thinking about how Cash can go down. Like, it's super new in terms of the map pool. Teams are still figuring out the new meta. Teams are still figuring out their own strategies and approaches to the map. So I want to see what Sparta can do when they're testing against Fnatic, who do like to play it.
And it's funny, I mean, you and I think we covered Carney's either 2nd or 3rd ever official on HLTV, and that was when he was playing on Dash, which was the old TNL guys. I mean, this is going back a little while now, but you almost sort of forget some of the early periods and just instantly think about when he was on TNL, when he was on Inner Circle. Really good rifler, and I think at the time, when an NIP offer comes in, it doesn't matter how you judge NIP, it doesn't matter if you consider them Tier 1 or Tier 2. When you're a young rookie player and a Tier 1 org comes knocking and basically says you're going to play with Snappy, you're going to play with Kaspersky, you're going to start going to international lands across the world, you make that jump every single time. Now, on reflection and hindsight, I think staying probably would have been the better option, but now he's got himself another chance. And I mean, look at what happened to some of the SOAR guys, right? We saw them leave to go over to PC Game, and now they come right back. We see that a lot in Tier 2, where players recognize it's the right time to make that move. Most of the time it might not work out, but if it does, it's successful for your career, and if it doesn't, it's just a time waster as such. Like, you're eventually going to go back to your home, you're eventually going to go back to what you're more comfortable with.
Oh, certainly it did work out in that sort of sense for Carney specifically, because he has obviously gone back into the Ukrainian roots. He's now part of a full Ukrainian roster with his Fnatic side. I think one of the concerns that I've got is the fact that you've gone from one project that probably was, definitely was a failing project in NIP, into another Fnatic side who aren't fully proven to have been successful. They've been a failing project for the last, few years, basically. And they're trying to sort of emerge to the other side of that with this new Ukrainian direction. They've ditched the old guard. Crims is no longer part of the team. All the old veterans are gone. It's new blood, new life, new generation of players. And it's like, where do you go from there if you're Connie's perspective, right? You have to just sort of develop upon that and hope that it does get to the point of success. But we'll find out whether that success will happen in a short few moments' time. Unfortunately, we're facing some technical issues, so we're going to head towards a very short break. But when we come back, we will kick things off between Sparta and Fnatic. And welcome back to the ESL Challenger League. Apologies for the delay. We're about to get stuck into it though. Sparta and Fanatic both looking to do battle in the first matchup here of the quarter-finals. Both teams on their final lifelines. Both teams looking to make their way into the semis, and one team set to be eliminated here and now. Dweck's back in Fanatic. I'm back in Sparta. It's going to be a hell of a ride.
Indeed it is, and it's a good moment now to get Fnatic in the perspective of, okay, we're actually playing let's say a stronger team than what we have so far in the bracket. I mean, Misa, the Turks over there, I mean, they don't even really play at a decent level. TLR, they get a lot of losses on HLTV. You're going up against a solid team now, and that's going to test the protocols, that's going to test the in-game leadership from the likes of Fear. And I'm also just keen to see Marze, like the newer individual, the youngster, the 17-year-old. Mate, if he's not played many games on HLTV, then let's bring it on. Let's bring on a quarterfinal.
Let's see how he fares. Pistols are live. Fnatic. Julie sets on Jacasmo. You've got upgrade pistols. Only got Alien on the other side of the board for Sparta's perspective. A slow approach to the default in the pistol round.
And not a lot of information being searched from the likes of the CTs. They've got themselves a long stack, but it's a defensive setup with a double bait and switch out from Car. The Julie's playing further close. And for the Ts, I mean, they've got one more smoke, so get it down towards elbow, flash over high, and just commit.
Dijon, Camfuzz, and Elian moving together. Go back right behind. Smoke at the ready. Use the downward CT spawn with flashes. Going over quick. Nickel back will be the last man in. Cardi, the defensive. Good shot towards Dijon. Connects it well enough. Camfuzz trades his teammate back. Cardi doubles up. Looks for a chip up, but runs out of ammo, which Elian can punish. 3-on-2 for Sparta in the A bomb site. Bomb plant will be secured. Shouldn't really be much of a way back for the last two men.
And not planning completely open for long, but still being visible around the pit. And for Elian with the P250, perfect range to play with that.
Bear leans up, looks for the head, can't quite catch his man. He's closer with Jambo also in regards, so Pistols blows in the pincers. Player at long will be the next big concern as Fear will drop Jambo. Looking for jumping headshots. Oh, that's a good one on Travis though. Last man standing, Seedy on the short box. He's caught in the air, but Jambo hits the head and delivers a pistol win for Fnatic.
Alrighty, well that clutch almost indicates that this should be a grand final worthy matchup. Lovely shooting in from Jambo, and I'm sure Cardi is probably looking at himself thinking, well, I'm glad we've won the round because look at what I've done towards Ramp. He's getting no help there at all, is he? There's a player out towards a car, another player defensively towards long. Where's the assistance on the crossfire? Carney is the only one putting up damage until Jambo comes to the rescue.
Yeah, quite literally, not just the kills themselves. The damage was completely out from everybody else.
What a tap on the long player.
Jambo, what a sick sequence. Delivering a triple, starts things off well on Fnatic's part. Sparta, the force buy in with that bomb plant bonus. Couple Galils coming in, and automatic weapons on 4 players here. Fnatic, kind, pushing aggressive in towards the tunnels where Travis can punish the first man. Is the second man known about? Absolutely not! But Carney's spray goes all over the place!
Oh boy, you thought the trigger discipline was going to be good, that there might be another T-side player, and then just a counter strafe. Travis cannot believe that he's won that fight.
Carney can't believe he's lost that fight. Huge whiff. Complete contrast to his pistol success, and the rifles gained all manners of control, firepower upgrades available. One of them been picked up on Dijon. Travis can rotate down with his leisure. Spread thin across the defensive line, rightfully so.
And Fear's taking this moment to just start gambling, start working info. I mean, this is an easy kill now from Canfuzz if Fear continues to extend. I mean, this round is over as soon as Travis gets 2 kills.
Baits him out, but just takes more damage. Tagged through the door, Fear does manage to escape. Tagged to 46 though, Jambo, and 56. Half HP for both men. Jambo leans in, Fear to check. Elian shouts shots. Through the wallbang, connects his man. Fear will try to move up. Grab a casualty or 2. Bomb plant secured though, and eventually last man is run down on the defensive, and this time Jakazmo has no chance of a big take.
It's just almost too easy. And from Fnatic's point of view, I mean, it's a very aggressive approach to what was being conducted around the lower tunnels. They were trying to be disrespectful. They've ended up winning pistol and then losing the anti-force buy rounds in pretty clean fashion. Jakazmo gets away with a couple of exits, but no more than that. You've got an M4 being picked up by Travis, another one picked up by Nickelback. And now for Fnatic, you're all around 1500. You're buying down, what, Deagle armor, 5-7 armor? I mean, it's an awful buy and follow.
Another follow-up they were looking for on the CT side. Pistol basics in the next round. There's very little to speak of. Not just in the setup, but also in terms of the round itself. Sparta should be maintaining a 2-1 start and probably 3-1 off the back of that. Mr. Casmo and Maisie can hit some decent deagles. Nothing presenting in the early 30 seconds.
Elian with this AWP has got more assistance with teammates out to top mid, so even though there might be a bit of a gimmick around this Xbox position and in from the doors, it's probably not going to warrant much.
Travis does go down, there's one deagle. Lark been taken out and the main T-side force into the short access. Fear. It's a shot on towards Elian. Doesn't bait out Dijon though. Wayker recovers, turns up against the Orpa. Double kill in. Scout player Jambo leans up to fight. And does take him down, but the HG takes him down after the fight. So, 2v2 with a HP advantage. Fnatic have got upgrade rifles as well recovered. HG is on Jakazmo. Reno helping him though. He's lacking in Kevlar.
That's such a good timing on that re-smoke out from short, because that just blocks so much time off of the clock now.
Heard that drop off. Kazmo tagged so heavily. Marze closer with that M4, trying to get on top of the box without making noise though. I think they might have heard something. Either way, Kazmo's caught Marze with a trade, but Nickelback with a response. Keep control for Sparta.
Well, we just get Sparta instantly recognizing that we need to accelerate up short. Once there's a kill that presents around mid, and there's impact being gained around the upper tunnels, let's just send it into A. Now, this was really well handled from Dijon when it's very uncomfortable. You've got a lot of players fighting you, you've got almost no HP, and he's got away with a triple kill. He set up that round for Nickelback to clutch.
Nickelback has clutched. Harsh Rico pistol basics here for Fanatics. They've got a couple of upgrades. The Eagle up close from Jambo. The R8 from range as well in mid. He's actually hit a shot there down towards Suicide. Near close range, taken out with low HP. Two more players also low HP on the CT side. Probably shouldn't get cleaned up from here.
Even one more kill, you'd be happy with it. I mean, I don't really have any thoughts about the R8 being invested in. It's whatever. For this round of Sparta and just the overall consensus of their T side, you're going to go up 3-1. You're then going to have economy advantage going into that first gun round. So you're going to have limitations from what the CTs can afford. Win that and go up 5-1. I think on any quarterfinal, if you can go 5-1 up on your map pick after just dominating your way through Mouse NXT, you're going to think, let's do it again. Let's just make it 3 maps in a row where we're just giving them 0 chances.
Well, Dust 2 is Sparta pick. But to have success on this one, Fnatic. I've taken that secondary kill, so there you go. 2 players worth of damage initially in the previous round as well. There's actually heavy economical impact. They know where the last known location of that Deagle was too, so they can adjust against it, plant the bomb on 8. And like I said at the start of the round, take their 3rd.
And for Fnatic, I mean, they're going to have a busy schedule coming up now, going in and out of the player break towards the second half of the season. I know that they're playing in the state Pulse Swedish LAN in a couple of weeks, so use all of these online officials to just embed the newer players, get Carney a bit more involved, get the young man from Spirit Academy with some more officials on HLTV familiar with the overall comms and the overall direction of the lineup itself. It's all about improvements for Fnatic. And I think right now, looking at a 5-man team, I think they'd be fairly happy with ending towards the end in a position to qualify for the major, right? Definitely not in the running as such as being a favourite team, but I think that's got to be a realistic goal, being in a position to qualify.
To lay the groundwork in this game. Fnatic have already lost that opening pick as Sparta's AWP takes down first with the rifle fires. And full falls on Chikazmo as well as Travis in the tunnels. And with the smoke down at CT, B-side's basically opened up. They know it. Read it so well instantly into the site. Checking those corners just in case. But plant to be secured. And the CT's already backing off. So this will be a 4-1 start for Sparta.
Well, Sparta have very good fundamentals, and it probably makes a lot of sense. I mean, just look at Nickelback, Ellie, and Travis. You've got the in-game leader that's got nearly 2,000 maps played on HLTV. You've got the AWPer that's over 700 or 1,700, and then Travis, who's almost at 1,500 maps played. These guys have not only played at a high level in Tier 2, but they have played for years and years and years. So when you just play Dust 2 and you keep it very fundamental, you keep it very default heavy, you're going to work picks, you're going to work advantages. And right now, all they're trying to do is make it a little bit more costly. Drop these last few CTs, make sure they've got almost nothing to work with.
The defenders have done well to take the more money out of the hands of Sparta here. 1v1. Jambo get caught by Nickelback. Bonus, so upgrade for the CT side, but with not much to buy around it here. Sparta a lot more casualties than they really anticipated there. Means the money can't truly build up for them. They got a few bits of saving, but overall some concerns to utilise here as the Pistols and Scout get brought back into the Matrix half-bite. Matrix lost bonus in the next round. Sparta again should be taking a 5th. Let's see what damage Fnatic can do this time though.
Jambo's got a very good timing where he's walked with that rifle towards the upper tunnels. The problem is the mid players aren't really doing much. You've got the short influence, the mid doors, and instead Chikazmo's down to 13 and, well, you're in a man disadvantage already.
The tunnel's pleasant, so yeah, the CT's sneak in undetected. No one suspected that on Sparta. Get away with the second man of Travis, not quite, although Travis himself can't get the kill. Maybe can Chikazmo, finally Travis will get Jambo. 2 men, Carney and Fear, do find a decent deagle on towards the first. Canfuzz the victory, Nickelback. Challenging from other paths, does go down in the air. Another player he challenged, the AWP shot missed, and Carney can connect to the back of Elian's head. Bomb being dropped by him as well as Suicide. The AW or Scout Roller to take the Fear, tags up Travis, sets up Carney for another kill, and a Quadra comes out of the man, make redemptions for his previous transgressions in tunnels, and take a second on the steal back for Fnatic.
Just very clean, really approachable for that Deagle to recognise, well, I've got to make some sort of play, right? That nothing's presenting in the round, let's just keep fighting, let's just overpeak, and then he just starts hitting banger after banger. And once he gets the AWPer, you know that this round is on. Now, Elian will be disappointed in himself to not only whiff, but also not get back to cover, because he leaves Travis completely alone as the lurk, who's already known in the upper tunnels.
Try to put that AWP back up again and try and make amends, but you can see his teammates' economy state isn't exactly ideal, and Alien cannot get anything done here in Suicide. Jambo gets him. A headshot taken. Obviously, Alien couldn't see him. The AWP dropped. Now we turn to the rest of the buy state. An AK, a Galil, a MAC-10. Nickelback will recover that weapon. Those rifle is the step up right now.
Well, all eyes are going to be on Carney now come this next gun round after that last. Dijon's been able to walk through. He's desperate, but he's being watched upon, and there was just way too many CTs on the other side.
Lined up for Fear as well, with the leg shot coming into the AWP. Let's get a flawless round out of Fanatic. All 5 alive. Handful of AK saved the previous 3 of them in play for this next round here. We've got, of course, an eco for Sparta, so it's about keeping hold of these guns until the next buy-up will be involved in round number 9. Fanatic are giving this game a go. Start on the back foot, well pummeled in these previous 4-1s, but now a chance to go 4-all.
And Fnatic recognise that we need to get as many CT rounds as possible because Sparta are going to outclass us quite a bit in the second half. You can use this momentum, keep as many of these AKs alive as possible. You might be able to generate 7 to 8 CT rounds. I think that would be a good little par.
Fnatic. Light work of this eco, see if they can take the weapons out of the hands of the CT side on Sparta's part, but with Glocks at range, unlikely. Possible, I dare say. Light work, Elliot and Dijon. Fnatic are just suppressed back here at pit, can't make their way out. Both will go down, all 5 alive again with Fnatic. Will admit that when they're getting away with these rounds, they are keeping the majority of their players alive, something that Sparta can't necessarily say. Led to this very early economical turmoil, but they're back on their feet, guns up.
And now without the NWP at their disposal like they've had in so many gun rounds from Sparta, they'll have to change tack ever so slightly on how they play their default, try and target short a bit more. I mean, we've even got some limitations. Travis doesn't have a huge amount of util. A Galil's being invested even for the in-game leader to make sure everything lines up. Travis to start off with a lot of players into the upper tunnels. Jambo, 11 and 4, having a good start to this map.
Polar opposites. The AWP of the T side, Elian. Not quite as fireful as he was earlier. Only 5 kills to his name and a number of whiffs, a number of mistakes. Fnatic punishing. Trying to take the lead with that. Nickelback's on a Galil for this round. AK to everybody else on Sparta, but limited utility. Well, enough for the execution, at least for now.
We've not seen that many B splits. I mean, we've not even seen much B action from Sparta at all, have we? But we've seen a couple of leans in the default in the lower and the upper tunnels, but actually committing into that B bomb site? No, they haven't done it.
Using various bits of utility to ensure that it holds off at the city spawn cross. Smokes up 2 of them put in place towards the side. Now, execution looking to come into the B side, but well-timed smokes from the CT's perspective. Try and block them out. Damage done and just put back. Damage done. AK sprays Molotovs forcing Mazay into an awkward place. He may well go down to the fire. Kazma holds time solid at least for 2 casualties. He lost his backup. He loses himself as well. Taken out by Nickelback. Dijon held up to cut off the mid-to-B splits. We'll deal with Carney on the rotation. We'll cut back from Fear's perspective. 2v2.
Very difficult retake coming in from the CTs. Double AKs. If a frag doesn't present in the next 10 seconds, I think they're better off saving, or at least looking for exits, because there's so much cash.
Oh, Jambo's leaning in. Alien and Nickelback. What a shot that is. Right to the head. Look at the second man. Nickelback trades it. Here's the footsteps of Fear. In the open, the fight goes for Fear's favour. And Fnatic will have the lead.
Well, thank goodness Jacasmo knows what he's doing on B, because his other teammate certainly doesn't. I mean, as soon as he spams up in the upper tunnel smoke, there's info in both directions. First off, that they're grouping towards B, because he's heard that spam damage. And secondly, they know that he's there, so he needs to get a repos off. He needs to get out towards either the barrels or towards the big box area. And if he even moves ever so slightly, I think we get way more impact out of the two of them combined than what we saw there. At least it does set up with a multi-frag from Jacasmo a chance in the round. Really good shot from Jambo against Ellie, and the pre-aim was so on point.
A very bright moment for Marze. As we're still trying to feel out what this new blood is going to contribute to Fnatic. Jambo. Shots out towards the short axis, they're going in quick with it. Come back with that one good kill on the AK. Dijon falls in turn. A site has been stormed. They're going to get the bomb plant at least out of this. Running off the post plant with only pistols for the most part though. 2 rifles left in play.
Travis knows blocking is not going to be easy because we don't have map control. So at least with that CT smoke, we can defend the spawn. Short is open though.
Honey. Last man in. Loads of footsteps heard. AK Nickelback is going to take first contact. Technon's going to stay hidden. Nickelback tagged low. Canfuzz and Elliot both dropped. Carney and Jambo. Now Nickelback goes falling. No one checked the boxes, so Travis can get 1 kill on a sneaky. But not the second man. Jambo takes him back. Fnatic after 6.
Just a slight variation of pace there from Sparta. I think for the most part, they've been pretty slow. They've been pretty drilled on this T side. They then go into a lighter buy where there's a bit more acceleration, a quicker press out there from short. And they just don't really capitalize on much in the post plant. There's a lot of players alive, there's a lot of players fighting, but no one's generating anything. And then Travis is in, what, a 1v4? You're never going to do anything in that situation. So the round streak is only continuing. 4-1 to now 4-6. This game is being taken away from Sparta right now.
The first half looks like it's going to be taken away at least. Alien finally ends his kill drought, takes down Carney. Was short. A little bit too aggressive on the CT player. Alien can't punish it this time. Balance control being taken by Travis now as the Molotovs will clear out the lower. But upper starts to get seized by Jambo. Leans in closer with the AWP. Scoped in and tunnel visioned. But not to overextend.
Getting very slow here from Sparta, and as it should. Now the CTs are gamble stacking pretty heavily towards this B bomb site, and Jambo is desperate for this frag. Unfortunately, gets a first shot off, looks to try and double dip, doesn't quite get the timing. You've got to back off there. You can't rephase.
Meanwhile, Nickelback starts to act out towards short. The damage is significant on him and Dijon. Dijon can lead straight back. Nickelback's casualty, grab that bomb. Got time to clear towards the bomb site here. The incendiaries will stall them out a little bit, but burn out well within this 45-second marker, or let's just give some time for the CTs to get to position. Goose will get checked, no one's on long. Nice nade on Dijon. Jacasmo will go down. Marza can take down 2 casualties with it though, and Dijon still low. He's lost his teammate, and backup is all that remains. 4 HP to a 1v2. Challenge in the open. Jambo's the real threat, coming in with his head turned to the side. Excellent bait and switch. Fnatic will have the hearth.
It's nice to see that Marze has actually got some hands. He's finally done something. You've been waiting for it for the majority of this first half. It's been, I would say, below average, probably poor for the most part for him individually. He's been getting bailed out a lot by his teammates on crossfires and just other players stepping up in certain moments. But right here, we get to start to see the young man generate a couple of kills. I mean, that round had almost nothing going for it in the 2v4.
It did well. Switched up on Fnatic. 2 AKs into this final round of the half on CT side. Sparta had the full gambit. 2 to receive on the B site. The AK on Mazo's hands. Centralized towards the site. Jacasmo holding the loose. Let's go over. He gets checked. He goes down. Dijon. Travis combining. Travis can't get the second follow-on though. An advantage does get re-extended as Kana gets caught for that smoke, and it's a 4v2 the Fnatic surely can't win.
What a cracking flashbang that was. That boosted player saw absolutely nothing, and Nickelback just wins it off of Yuto alone.
Well, it's a decent shot back there, even a leg on Ellie, and if only it was a kill, maybe you give him an outside chance with how well he's been playing. Now, Spear in a 1v3. Alien's driven away with low HP and Incendiary. Nickelback in the open does get caught, and a relatively good fight. They're both rather low. The M4 leans up, back we turn towards one of these two T-side players, but which one? There's the casualty. Dijon gets caught. Diffuse being held. Smoke out, but the first step's been made. There's too little time on the clock. He will hit the kill on Alien, but it's meaningless here. A 7-5 for Fnatic still. Fnatic to lead the charge at present. Sparta's map pick currently behind on the margins, but can they make up those margins in the CT side? Fnatic have played a hell of a game. Jambo in particular is standing out at the moment, and certainly more so than some of the other elements on Sparta's perspective. So for Fnatic, it does look positive right now.
It's a good little showing in the first half. I think it's probably enough. You've got, what, a 4-1 lead going out towards Sparta, where they only really got going because they had the economy in their order. They lost pistol, won the anti-force buy, and then that gave them at least a few rounds in a row. I think from that point onwards, they lacked a bit of depth. They lacked spark, and I think when you and I have covered these boys in the past, it's normally a bit of the Alien show, or Travis is getting stuck in, or Dijon's looking really good individually. I thought that Sparta were lacking sharpness in that first half, and I want to see that turn around.
Well, second half pistols going live, where Sparta nearly took the pistol in the first half, of course. 1v3 came down to the victory on Fnatic's perspective. And they're a bit more confident to continue with this momentum. The other way, Dust 2 could give them quite the leg up in the series. Sparta have a good read on what Fnatic are trying here, though. 3 men to receive the 4 players playing into long.
Dijon can spot and try and take as much of that distraction away. Now, Jacasmo would have seen that player out towards the car. That's why they did the boost and why they jumped up on it.
Star Elian took him down. Dijon next to Task will take a quick trade back. Can he get a second headshot? He might need to. Smokes ahead of his teammate, trying to block that generator gap. I don't think it was successful. Flash their way forward and keep Fnatic at bay. The peak's blinded beyond the smokes, unable to get much here. Keep your eyes on the minimap as well. Carney's closing in with a backstab, and I think a CT player's chasing him. I don't know if Nickelback made some noise there. Either way, backs are turned away from him. Carney starts to lean. Checked on. Good search from Travis, but doesn't get a kill for it. Carney just suppressed. Leans up for 2 men. The crossfire can take it down on Canvar's part. Bomb now on site. Jacasmo will look for the plant. Safe at default. 4 on 3 for Sparta.
And watch out for this HE from the in-game leader as well for Nickelback, because that could be chunky if he gets it in the right position.
Oh, what a shot. Fear down. 2 men standing. Teams to lean in for Nickelback. Dijon leans up from Gandalf. Gets Marze. Gets Jacasmo with Nickelback support. And the pistol win will go the way of Sparta. Relatively clean this time.
Look, Carney just knows that not only is the activation important, but he's got to get damage off of it, right? If you're coming in late and you are not with the pack, you have to be getting, let's say, 1 kill and then living. Getting yourself a fight, falling back, maybe even reposing up towards the big box, getting up towards short. You can't come out CT and be unsuccessful. But what a great start to the round it really was from the Ukrainians, but couldn't get much going after that.
Pistol starting stance on Sparta, one that they probably should have got in the first half too. One that will secure potential for a quick return on Fnatic. We'll hold the lead only for this next round. Should be seeing Sparta equalise and the rifles to come back from Fnatic to test them again. A little bit limited with Fear's hero scout passed off the Jambo. No impact generated by the sniper.
They're going to keep contacting, and for Nickelback, he's got a HE. So if he times this right, it's pretty much game over for even a chance of a bomb plant.
Game over for Jambo more specifically. Shot rings out. Decent scout shot there from Elliott's perspective. Does land on Carney's casualty. Damage being done towards next player up. Seeing heads, does take a scout back of his own right. Jambo will now look to swing and take some space away. So a bomb plant bonus isn't effective. Fnatic 2 in a row where they've got the bomb plants, so there's cash available for the next buy.
Well, from this point onwards, you're just looking for damage. Winning the round is basically impossible.
Heads only missing out from a Jambo. So tagged though the Deagle and the Scout does connect on towards a couple of casualties. 2v2, making it 1. Maybe there's more than survival available. Canfuzz taking back Jambo. Knows exactly where Jacasmo is. HE sent off the rice bags into a fight that Canfuzz will not lose. So it becomes a bit more expensive for Sparta once again. Fnatic very nearly stole an important one, but they get away with that bomb plant. We do see the scoreline equalised. They have a chance to fully reset Sparta here.
You've got 4 players that are sitting on double eco status, right? This is awful if you lose the next gun round. So, very good position to be in. It looked as if it was fairly well handled from Elian to just fall back and play time, and then all of a sudden, kills just start coming out of nowhere. I mean, Jambo, close range of the scout, is generating impact. And while there might be an AWP in play for Elian, Nickelback probably knows if we lose this gun round, we just lose Dust 2. Like, our economy will just be completely shattered. We give so much early momentum to the opposition. We cannot afford to lose here.
Sparta have made a mess of these round wins again. So many where they've taken the round itself, but they've lost 3 players, 4 players. Led to economy game controlled and dictated by Fnatic, and that's the reason why they've gotten into that lead in the first place. It's down to reclaim it, defend it against Sparta. They're challenging for an advantage of their own, one that they haven't had since we were 4-3 in the series. And that's why the defensive line is so cautious.
Well, Sparta have got the NWP defending against long, but then also around the elbow to short, but they are pretty heavily stacked towards this B bomb site. Now, there's not a huge amount of util left. You've got a couple of flashes, one more smoke from Canfuzz to block towards the upper tunnels. If there's a short take, then the AWP is going to have to get driven away by those flashes, but this does look to be a B split.
Smoke timing's perfect on the tunnels. That may well stall them. Sparta. Fnatic with no time. Is Jacasma going to try and make a play and fake things out? There's 3 men on the B defensive. Utility thrown in. Canfuzz and Nickelback at point blank. Nickelback going to get a kill out of it. Canfuzz will burn in the back lines. And one more man's left outside of the bomb site. Meanwhile, Jacasma with 2 strike downs. Dijon, he may have found the winning blow. He needs to drop this bomb and he can't do it. Carney. A 14 HP to the difference will just hold the lead back for Fnatic.
Well, tactically, Sparta have been put in the best position possible, and Fnatic haven't made a mistake, they just have no other option. When you've got less than 30 seconds on the clock and you get re-smoked in the upper tunnels, you can't cancel there. It takes you too long to go lower tunnels and to bring that bomb up through short, so they have to just almost hope and pray that we somehow get entries, and that almost never happens, does it? I mean, there's 2 on B and a 3rd player close around the window. That should be impossible to win.
And yet somehow it was won. 2 trades back, that window player not getting the bomb carrier. Not able to win the fight on Carney. Jacasma with an excellent sequence that takes away all further rotation potential. And well, you said that if they lost that round, they may well lose Dust too. It's looking like that's the case now. Got some buffer room with the 10-7 scoreline. Not that much, and Sparta know it, forcing the issue into round 16. 1 M4, 3 Deagles, and a 5-7. Hardly what I'd call ideal.
Even the re-smokes are just so limited. Nickelback's using one of them out towards short. Canfuzz has got the last one on B. Now, 50 seconds, they're not going to be pressured by the clock as much as they were in that last round, but they are still running into another setup.
Up. Shot of Jambo, Alien's Deagle can land a decent kill. Damage on to Marze. Nickelback leans forward as Carney takes another tag. He needs those heads above all else, though. He's desperate to get lucky shots. Known towards defaults. When they hit these taps, his teammate out towards Goose can't quite support him, though. Caught on the reload. They do lose Canfuzz as well. And Dijon. A little bit too far out, giving up the game, giving up the ghost. And giving up his life. No chance to steal for Sparta.
Well, you feel for Alien. First off, he has lived for so long. And secondly, he's actually generating quite a lot with that Deagle in a position that you don't expect him to do so. He keeps coming up, he gets 2 kills, he keeps getting HP bars lower. It's just that everybody else is pretty rubbish on that defense. I mean, that Goose player Nickelback needs to at least be getting 1. I mean, look at the HP bars. Jambo ended up on 20. You've got Carney on 18. So many of those players could have been traded. And for Sparta, I mean, they're going to have to eco here. And then come the next gun round, Jay, you're not going to have an AWP in for Alien. You might even see the odd for Mars to get some extra util forward with the, instead of the M4s, the kit. So you're just limited immediately.
Has been planted.
10-7 for Fnatic. Been all over this Sparta camp, nearly from the word go. To maintain that all the way through to the very, very end. Allowed Sparta to equalise for a moment, but conceded in ways they shouldn't have done, and Fnatic lead by 3 with 3 more to take the W. Sparta rifles back in play. This will be last chance saloon for them, because I don't think a 7-12 comeback is going to be plausible, and that is what you're looking down the barrel of if you're Sparta.
Yeah, so Alien's actually going in for the glass cannon because they're probably just getting desperate. I mean, you're 7-10 down. You don't have many rounds to play with. I mean, it's funny, if he didn't get at least one Deagle kill in that previous eco, he wouldn't have had the loss bonus to be able to go for it. So it's made quite a difference overall. Fnatic, they're in a very good position right now. And I do look at the Fnatic side and think, mate, they've not even seen many semi-finals recently. They had, what, a top 4 in the first CCT of the second season. We mentioned the third place that they had in Yongshiping only a few weeks ago. But everything else, I mean, they've had, what, top 8s, top 16s. It's been very average for the majority of tournaments recently. So going 1-0 up and starting to target that top 4 potential going into Ancient, it looks really good.
Fnatic stand to gain quite the leg up in this series with Dust 2's victory. The way things are panning out, they may well get their way. SPARTA. Fear baited, still finds Dijon. Nickelback takes his time supporting, so he loses his teammate for the 1-1 trade. Meanwhile, the smoke's coming up from the CT side. We'll try to block them out from long, but the counter utility will just drive the CTs further back away. Travis was thinking of pressing through that smoke, but heard footsteps close towards ramp. Carney still wins that fight on Nickelback, despite being 15 HP. Casper gets Travis through the smoke himself, and that is going to send Fnatic, or send SPARTA packing. Fnatic, full control of that. Carney, his 19th kill of the game. Him and Jambo are firing on all cylinders now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and tactically that was a very sound decision from Fib. So he recognises Dijon has gone quite aggressive around the mid doors. Nickelback is swung short. They're playing heavy for mid, so long is going to be a weakness. Now, yeah, there is Travis blocking. He's trying to get the incendiary down. He's trying to smoke. He's trying to do everything to slow them in, but you always accelerate long there. You want to try and beat them by pace. You want to scale up onto the bomb site quickly, and individually, they just have looked better across the first half and the second half. They've been sharper. They've been hitting really hard, and you're right. I mean, when you've got Carney and Jambo that are putting up, what, 41 kills between them and just 19 deaths, that's a duo that is unstoppable. And when that occurs, doesn't matter if it's your position map pick, if it's your map pick, when you're putting up numbers to that degree, most of the time you're closing maps.
There's no exception in these circumstances. Fnatic are looking locked on. Poised to take this away from SPARTA. Poised to take SPARTA's own map pick. Well, it does too. That's what they're going to get. This is hardly what they were expecting. Core of 3 of the main staple Fnatic players that have just been absolutely wonderfully inconsistent. And of course, the new addition of Carney, who's slotted into the star role all the way, it looks like. Jambo, another one to add to the tally. Alien's going to try and trade back, and he does find success on Marze. Does force the T's to cancel, but they've got to be wary of Jambo here, knowing that he got that pick in mid. Mid's completely compromised, so they can't begin rotations. They can't start looking in from the window. Rests on Nickelback with a FAMAS to defend this A site. The short execution is coming in.
Well, Nickelback might think about dropping CT here. I mean, this is where the worry comes in because of the lack of info. The Jambo, I mean, you don't see an AWP and CT spawn often.
Secured that HT on hand a little bit better than the first one did. That's a very chunky, in fact, on Carney and Jacasmo. Kill isolated. AWP player not been aware of. Jambo could creep up from CT. Land is double, 24 deep for him. And a 3-on-3 retake. SPARTA needs something here. They need to try and go for this. And Travis from range can land on Jambo, assisted by Canfaz's earlier tag up. Now Fear bears down upon him. Checked out the box. Canfaz lands a casualty. Carney, 38 HP, 1v3. SPARTA sees the swing coming in, and Carney gets caught for it. Canfaz bails them out, and SPARTA fend off map points.
I just see that as soon as the AWP drops in the post plant, there's not really a lot of space for Fnatic to work with. You haven't been able to retake short. You don't have a player cutting rotation quickly down from spawn. And then, even though it's long range, you've got an MP9 that's approaching from Travis. Jambo looked really solid in this round, but it gets stolen away. So SPARTA survive for a little bit longer.
They do. Well, like closing time of Fanatic. It still could be. They've got money for days. They're going to rebuy here. And rebuy the next two. SPARTA. Get away with a confident follow-up. They're coming in rather quickly into the tunnels. They've backed away and a noise being generated by utility that's come in. Dijon and Canfuzz. Where there was something afoot, but not anymore.
Well, Jambo should just keep scaling with this AWP every single round. So just work the default, get him scoped in, and get him holding tight angles. Doesn't matter if it's mid-doors. If it's up from short, you don't get him defensively, you get him challenging. Re-flash going out towards long. Haven't really seen too many long takes from them. Travis has got no more util where he can block.
Rush is over. Travis looks to the fight and does win out on HP for Fear. Not a kill. And now he's kind of isolated here with no backup around him, no support inbound. Now as much as to look for the fight of Molotovs. Shadow on the first one, second one's going to drive him up. Molotov blindly dealt with by Jacasmo. Looks for that AWPer as well. Doesn't get him. 5-on-4 man advantage Fnatic. Maisie, also a concerning element. The AK leaning up with the smoke. He's got a backup player up behind him. Byron scored a 3. Dijon and Nickelback and Alien all down to Carney, who goes ham again. 23 deep. And Canfuzz, no, he's got no chance. SPARTA have no chance. Fnatic fended off for a little bit, but not for long. It's map points.
This really is a rarity. I think we're both in the agreement that we normally like tight and strong kill distribution across other players popping off and underperformances. But you've got Travis on 11, Elian on 11, Nickelback 13, Dijon 13, Canfuzz 13. And then you look at the other side and think, man, how are we going to challenge 23 and 11 for Carney, 24 and 10? I mean, those numbers are just ridiculous. So many multis. And so many rounds where not only have we seen a multi-frag from them, but it's just closed the round down. Doesn't matter if it's Jambo with the AWP, if it's Carney with the rifle. Between the two of them, they're not creating duels that aren't having round victories. It just closes every single time.
Fnatic have just had the X Factor here. SPARTA have not. This again from Carney. Like, you'd hope that you'd get some sort of positive trade together, but no. I thought SPARTA were going to come into this series fired up from their earlier confident win over Mouse NXT very clearly. Run out of steam more than anything else. Now they're going to make a difference, but Marseille is going to enter in with Carney to take down Canfuzz and Dijon. Alien can adjust back to deal with one of those players 3-on-3 with the earlier trade. Jambo's also been tagged, and Casbo's taking a little bit of damage of his own right. Going down as well as the lurk out. Scout shots not connecting that one. Fear's called Nickelback in the meantime. Casbo's just trading blows, but Alien can take him down. And now it all rests into the A hit, but without the bomb, it's left outside of tunnels.
It's crazy that he's committing for that fight. I mean, it's a 3v2 when they've got map control up from short. I mean, he just doesn't need to commit at all. He can jiggle and he can back off. And then eventually when that kill comes in from mid, he can just fall and get the bomb. Now, Fear, it's difficult to know where to go because short is open. But if you bring that bomb lower tunnels and up towards Xbox, you're going to get caught by the CT. So this is just a matter of timing between the two now.
Set on the A plate. Shots from the AWP missed out. Back to turn towards the B bomb site. The AK can make some noise. Was it heard there? I think it was by Alien. The Seeds are going to start moving into the tunnels. Back will be turned. No. Scout watching for point blank. Shot can land the tag, but not the frag. Molotov comes in on Travis rather quickly. AG towards him as well. Will keep him tagged. Caught burning. Caught dead. As Fear doesn't even need to swing to get a triple. It's 13-8. Fnatic take away SPARTA's map pick.
And what's so impressive about this opening start with Dust 2 is that they didn't even have to really work for it, did they? They had a slow start in the first half and a slightly underwhelming start in the second half after losing Pistol. But in the majority of gun rounds, they were just the stronger team by quite a country mile. That lacked X Factor from SPARTA. They'll be disappointed in themselves. And individually for Carney and for Jambo, you looked really good. That's only going to continue in your map pick now. Only going to continue going into Ancient, which is so weak for the opposition.
I mean, just think about the nature of how the rounds went down. Fnatic were always getting away with the rifle wins that looked so confident. Sparta were the ones that were always labelled. Even with the lower buy investments from Fnatic, you're still seeing 2, 3, 4 players sometimes going down when Sparta were winning them, and then sometimes they were outright stolen. And it's just like, man, this is a very, very disastrous start to the series, and you're on home territory, you're on Dust 2. Ancient, we mentioned earlier, is a punish pick from Fnatic. So Sparta, they're in deep, deep water now.
Yeah, they are, and they'll feel that in any quarterfinal opportunity, when we're going up against a team to the caliber of Fnatic, we at least need to be holding weight, right? Even if we get knocked out, even if we lose Ancient, we can't be dropping 8 rounds in a performance like we did on Dust 2. We've got to increase it. We've got to be on the money.
I wouldn't say that that was a good start from Sparta's perspective. Dust 2 fallen out of favour, got to come back on Ancient. After this very short break, Fnatic will try to have a 2-0 series in the quarterfinals with ECL.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
And the fact of the matter is that you are lining up a very, very confident affair on this series. We had this down as a 3-map affair because of the basis of how confident Dust 2 was on Sparta, how confident Ancient is compared on the part of Fnatic, and it just feels like right now that with that Dust 2 falling out of favour, and with the X factor on display from Fnatic players that just wasn't even matched from Sparta's perspective, that you feel like this series is all theirs.
And I actually do think we might start seeing a change in veto perspective from Fnatic. They've already shown that they're happy to pick Cash. Yes, Inferno and their Anubis is their go-tos, but I just start wondering now with Cardi in with the roster, with their young man of Maisie in there as well, that we might just start seeing the odd map like an Ancient against the right opponent coming through. Now, I think in this one context, the Oppo is, what, 2 wins out of the past 8? Yeah, it was a good little win against the Bushido Wildcats, but that's 1 win. And then I look at everyone else that they've beaten, the Brazy Poles, the Falcons Force team, TNC, Gen 1. Mate, there's no one decent. So even when they are getting a slight victory, they're not beating good opposition. So I think it's going to be almost impossible for Sparta to come away with a 1-1 and get this to a decider.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with you there. It feels like that seems like the most logical sort of conclusion of these circumstances. Like, Sparta really haven't delivered in the way we hoped that they would do in this series. They haven't delivered in terms of the impact elements. I mean, guys like Elian, for example, we talked about him and what he was doing in the earlier matchup. He was top-rated player for Dust 2 from Sparta in the last 3 months. But wasn't very clearly the top-rated player in that server. Like, I think actually ranked the bottom on HLTV rating. It was actually the AWPer of Jambo that was popping off the most from Fnatic. And it's just like, if there was a team that I thought would deliver the X Factor, I thought it would have been a team like Sparta. But very clearly, I was wrong on that perspective. And Fnatic now look just poised just to dominate their way through this Ancient with the way things have panned out. Sparta need to do some fundamental rethinking if they want a chance here on Ancient.
Well, I think it's quite funny looking at how Dust 2 played out, because it's one of those maps that doesn't really lean to a lot of, let's say, multi-frags or even X-Factor moments, because you're not dueling very much. Ancient, you're fighting quite a lot, right? You're fighting for mid, you're fighting for lane, and that's when you can start getting into flow state. Dust 2 is just so slow that you don't tend to get many highlights, do you? It's kind of like, team works a pick, they work map control, they force util, they get the bomb down, etc., etc. When you then look at what Fnatic were doing, you go, no, hang on, there were highlights. There were serious potential moments from Carney, from the AWP, from Jambo, and if you're not matching that, you've got to have no chance. Now, I definitely feel that Sparta can show more when it comes to Ancient. I don't think it's going to be enough to win the map, but I think they can definitely one-up what they did on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that they can one up what they did on Dust 2, because it wasn't really a whole lot of anything on that Dust 2 from Sparta. So they need to do something greater here and now. Whether they can maintain it into another map, I mean, I think you're right in the assessment they probably shouldn't be able to do so, but there has to do something to sort of bail themselves out here, because there is no lower bracket here in ECL. There is not anymore. You win or you lose, and that is the end of the story. Pistols are live for the second map of the series. Sparta on the T side to kick things off.
You've got Elian just getting themselves to pop elbow, but there's a lot of CTs.
No time getting this one. Jack Haslow with 2 casualties. Jambo does get taken aback with 1 trade on Nickelback, but now Marzi involved with Carney as well on the crossfire, finding Dijon, ripping them apart. Sparta being decimated in this pistol round.
But that is just unlucky, okay? You're going into an opposition map pick, you go into the pistol, you want to be successful early, you want to put Fnatic on the back foot, you go for an elbow pop, which is fairly common, where there's 4 CTs in mid. What is that call from the opposition point of view? That's crazy. You do not see that set up very often. And if you're coming out elbow and there's that many CTs on the other side, I mean, just good luck. You're really going to struggle. We see instantly just how much success they find.
Fnatic. Strong to start this second map, strong to close the first one. Running head first into Sparta and knowing that they can win the fights on an individual basis. They've done it so well so far. Sparta into the A bomb site. Got those smokes coming in rather quickly. Jambo. And P9 stands alone, and now he's suppressed. Martov's in the back line, going to drive into the open, cut down by Nickelback, who just stands his way forward to a bomb plant success.
The spam out from the M4, doesn't quite find the denial, and this looks almost over already. Kazmo's lucky to get a fight, because I think they were going to back off and save.
I don't like it. Still low HP across the CT board as Alien goes down to Jacasmo through that smoke. Suddenly it becomes a bit more of an answer. Fnatic. Got to hang another one back. Dijon call. SMD dives in. Marley supported. His back will drop. Travis now known towards Big Box. Swung on by Fear. And Fnatic from about to fall back and save into a full-on retake will turn up 2-0.
Well, we reference how, so frequently, how CS is a mental game, right? The tilt factor is something that can come in and crush opponents. Mate, we've just seen 3 spam kills from Jacasmo in CT. I mean, it's part of the game, but it's crazy work. It's such a good opening kill, and it's just spam after spam. Travis can't do anything. Now, Sparta, you'd normally want to be force buying again because you got a bomb plant, but mate, you got 1 casualty. I mean, you can't be forcing. It's got to be a light and eco.
If you've got 2 or 3, think about it. You're right. No sense in throwing the money away for a round that probably shouldn't be won anyway. Fnatic. Light work of the third, go in with a 3-0 start. And they were lacking on when it came down to the opening stances of Dust 2. That's the one positive point that Sparta had in that first map. They're 4-1 beginning, no longer possible here. They can catch up from the word go.
And for Fnatic, this might be the start of just an early momentum with the lineup. I know that they only played Misa and they only played TLR in the group stage, but even getting a comfortable 2-0 win against Sparta, you don't get too excited about it, but you start thinking, mate, they've not lost a game yet. And this brand new project is just winning game after game. So they just need to treat the momentum as something that can go on a run in this kind of tournament. Wow.
Unless Sparta want to put an end to that momentum. Go back. Does get the bomb plant in, so they're going to get the cash bonus of the 2v2. There's the post plant. The Eagles still standing at the camp fuzz. That beyond the big box. Fires prematurely, unable to stabilize against the first player crossing towards CT. Miles still to make his move up towards that big box. Camp fuzz just dove in by Jambo. Alien will swing forward, will go down. I think we'll take some damage, and that actually might compound the bit for Sparta. They found themselves down against the reset in the previous map. Let's see whether they can apply a reset to Fnatic and return the favour in the first rifle round of Ancient.
Well, fair play. You don't often see those kind of investments getting away with very much. To be able to get a plant in and get that many casualties, yeah, you're going to be very happy. What a shot that was from Nickelback. And then just for a moment you think, is this actually winnable? Like, could this be stolen? Not to be 3-0 coming through from Fnatic, but that's a wake-up call from Fear for sure.
Most definitely. Sparta. Damage heavy against them as Fnatic to take the opening. Canfuzz will trade back onto one man, but quickly falls after the fact. Heavy-handed in mid again for Fnatic, leaving the A site open. The one's going to commit with it. Lurker back to Travis. Start his rotations of a backstab as Nickelback have to deal with one player. Aliens caught Jambo on the rotation from CT, so 3-on-2 ensues for Sparta here.
Jacasmo knows that the bomb's not planted down yet, so we might be able to catch players out in the open. Alien is waiting for a fight, though. That orb out from CT gets baited. The reposition in main looks really good for the in-game leader of Fear.
Incendiary as well, thrown by Jacasmo, means that the CT probably aren't going to check that either. Travis will close in his own backstab. Asmo's wary of it though. Eyes set in at Temple. Travis moment. Shadow seen. Does find Fear in the open. Jacasmo trades. Elliot and Nickelback know exactly where he is. The AWP posted. Flashbang sent. Will catch that player blinded. Forced a shot. But Jacasmo is not going for a retake. Does not have a kit with him. Known towards Red. They know that he's no longer going to be a factor in his defensive line. Elian. Nickelback will rotate away. Keep their weapons in as best as possible. Jacasmo. At least stay alive. Fnatic will consider their first.
Pretty uncommon to see flanks from both sides. Travis flanking in from spawn, Fear flanking in from A main. And that timing, it's probably off by what? Not even half a second. I mean, if Jacasmo gets that kill cleanly and slightly presses forward and they don't give the info away from Fear, then it could have definitely been on. Sparta get some very good picks off of Elian with that first to create the space on the bomb site, and I'll be watching out for him to say, mate, you've got to step up in this matchup.
And he starts off the round extending beyond this A main control, finding Travis. Taking half HP damage, but just getting out of dodge. No need to stick around there. You've done your work.
Elian with that AWP is going to get flashed off and a swing can come in from long, but the timing's not quite there to capitalize on it. HE does some damage, and Elian, what a shot that is against the long player.
Like a pixel's worth of the head of Mause. Fear starts leaning in, checked on by Nickelback, but Nickelback isn't fully ready for the extensions. The man advantage gets backed away of Fnatic. One left out of B main and doors. Carney walk back towards the A play. Jambo could get caught with his head turned to the side. Sees the barrel of Elian. Elian's a dead man. And now Sparta should be out of this round.
Well, that high press mindset from the CTs is just giving a lack of respect towards Sparta. I mean, that A-walk, if they can get the ramp player to back off and bring that bomb over, then there's something in it. Now here, yeah, you work a couple of picks, but that bomb is never going to get recovered. So as long as Carney doesn't fall on A, you're only looking for damage.
Fear knows as well. All back to sight. Expect there to be some sort of cave press, but none will come their way. They'll grab the AWP, save it. No bomb means no round. Fnatic take a fourth by proxy. Sparta continue to have worrying times, continue to struggle. Individual delivery. And on this map, composure too.
Well, Elian is trying his very best to just create moments. The problem is, he's not getting much help around him, and when you're only getting single picks of the AWP, if you're not getting support by the riflers, you're not going to be winning many rounds. Down 1 and 4, this is a very slow start.
In the last map, the issue was no one was creating X Factor for Sparta. In this map, you had one good moment from Elian. The top fragger, Nickelback, really able to provide in the rounds themselves, so Sparta still got to figure out these intricate issues. You've got to do so fast. Need to find a return here on Ancient.
Well, they know that in the first half, they need to keep it tight from not only a score point perspective, but they just can't allow the CT's economy to run away. Now, you're in a state from Fnatic where it's been a bit touch and go because you've had to, have a few retakes, you've not really kept a huge amount of players alive, very different to how the majority of rounds were going down out there on map number 1 of Dust 2, but you're up 4-1, probably can go up 5-1, maybe even 6-1, and then from there it's just the home stretch to get in the game closed out. But I want to actually see them play a bit of a T-side. Like, as funny as it seems, I almost don't want them to win 10-2, 11-1, because I just want to know what their Ancient's made of. If you're not picking this map frequently, I want to see that. I mean, could it be a pick in a semi-final? Could it be a pick in a grand final, depending on who they face in the draw? Because it's uncommon. Like, we just do not see Ancient picks from them.
You'd imagine with the map pool change and the new additions to the roster that Fnatic would try and make some adjustments.
Well, really unlucky for Sparta. They were a great Overpass team. Dust 2 is their best map in the pool, but Overpass was probably their second. They picked it a lot in best of threes. And you're always going to get teams. I mean, TDK, right? Nafany and the boys that have qualified to Pro League. Overpass was their best map. And they dominated high-end tier 2 names, even got chances against some tier 1 squads to play overpass against them. So they'll be gutted moving into a really important campaign of a tier 1 tournament when they don't really have that back pocket. Okay, we play overpass against almost anyone, we've got a chance of beating tier 1 teams there.
Unfortunate for those two teams, and for anyone else that liked overpass, like myself. We out for the rest of the season. It does mean that Sparta will be down on strong suit. I don't know if that means that they're going to practice cash, or whether they're going to try and find a different map that they're already doing work on.
Well, they've picked it once, and then Fnatic have picked it twice. So I think both teams are probably quite happy to introduce it into the pool.
Yeah. We'll say that Sparta, probably one of the things I've been most concerned is their lack of true depth in the map pool, because they play a lot of Dust 2 and not a lot of much else by comparison.
Yeah, it's very true.
That will probably be something that you need to work on in general, because when you have situations like what we just saw on this first of the series where you lose Dust 2, well, I haven't really got a lot of hope for the rest of the matchup. I've got more immediate concerns on only 4 players in server, waiting for that fifth man to reconnect. Because they're going to need every little thing that they can get if they want to claw themselves back out of this deficit and on what is an awkward map for them in general.
And I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of decent tier 2 names in the CIS scene just dropping harsh in the divisions, like going down to some really rubbish projects and trying to build them up. I mean, I saw, it was probably a few days ago, that Krad, who was quite a big name on Forza, plays on or used to play on 9 Pandas, has gone over to some Uzbekistan team of Depot, and I'm like, bro, what's happened there? Like, how have you fallen? But that's just how it is. I mean, look at, what was it, Kinky, right, that's playing on that BED-M team with Nota's twin brother. He was at a major, and he had to drop massively. Like, it is happening in 2025, and more so in 2026, that you just don't really get the opportunities to be in the high-end teams anymore. All the vets are going down into the pit, really.
So, the nature of the current circuit, isn't it? More cutthroat than it's ever been before.
And I also think the better teams are just picking youth. I mean, look at Nemesis, right? They were a team that probably could have qualified to Pro League. I think Celta will say that he's very disappointed to not make that run happen. They've got Texty and Sedime. They're not looking at some of the older boys, right? They're not looking at the 27, 28, 29-year-olds that had the success in the past, maybe in the CSGO days or even before COVID days. They're looking for the youngsters on the block now.
And with how the academy projects have worked in the last few years, a number of young stars that have come through the respective scenes, can't blame them per se.
You and I, we cover quite a lot of Nuclear Tigers and K27. I mean, all of those guys have kind of come out of nowhere. I think even Ho2, I know that lineup's added some more reputable names, your Norbert, your KDO, but even Mizu, Frontails, guys had never even heard of them before, 12 months ago, 18 months at an absolute stretch.
Veterans will pay off for them is still up for debate. Ho2 still in overtime against Entropy on their first map of that series.
And that is mental. That is really crazy how competitive that is.
Everyone else has gone to their second. Quasar beat Cheetah Wildcats 13-7 and Brute beat Gen 1 13-9. Fanatic beat Sparta 13-8 for those of you who missed it in the opening portion of the series, and right now they're beating them as well here on this Ancient. 4-1 on the current score as we get back into the action. Travis has returned. Mac 10 in hand, flashes over. Jambo's orb unaffected by it. Source and shoulders peeking out, fires away with that flash, catching him fully blinded. Accounting utility still there. Deacon takes damage. Bomb plant secured by Travis. 5-on-5 in the retake. Fnatic are still weak on several weapons here. The Orb leans in and Elian puts him down.
And that's probably going to fall in the save now. Player out from CT might get a good challenge, and Canfos does drop.
I don't think a ton of damage towards it though. Elian nearly hits him. Dijon known that shadow given away. Carney swings into Elian, and now Dijon should know he's compromised. M4 wins another fight. Advantage tipping away Fanatic. This one's something turned back against them. Mac 10 from range. Carney with another kill. Look at the HP on these two individuals. It's Jakazma that comes in from right field. Jumping MP9. Spraying down Travis, recovering tons of rifles on the CT side. And connecting 5.
Bro, he's unbelievable today. I don't know how he's won that. I mean, this is such a good setup. Around the big box, in from Temple. First off, Elian just can't get a shot off, can't find a connection. The pre-aim on the headshot is just beauty. And then he gets a third kill, just as he comes out Temple. And, I mean, if you are Sparta, you've just got to look at it and say, he's life gaming. Like, he played so well on map number 1, and then he just does that in the last round.
It's just delivered time after time. He's trying to do so, Jambo and Dijon. Open blow. Here comes up against Dijon's trade. It's only pistol upgrades here for Sparta, looking to save into the next. Maybe secure a bomb plant on the A side with Elian taking that space and the rotations coming in thick and fast. So maybe some more bonus cash, which at this point Sparta are going to need. So they need to find a rifle round that puts an end to this momentum. 6-1 we're looking at for Fnatic. If the Eagles can steal anything.
It's just retake after retake as well for the Ukrainians, and every single time they look comfortable. Now, Nickelback and Elian might be able to at least generate a bit of threat around this temple if they get a kill in quickly, but there's so much util still at the disposal.
Back for On Fear, fights Elian, takes back Nickelback. Can fuzz Deagle, hits some tags, Fear so low. Still can't go down though, finds the fight, finds the head, and finds the 6th for Fnatic. Sparta got away with that bomb plant. They get the bonus cash, but they need to apply it into something of worth. They need to get a confident round. They can't, I think as much as I hate to admit it, I want to write off Ancient rather early.
No, it's fair. I mean, right now they're not competitive. And at least us two, you can look at that first half and say they played alright. They kept it quite tight. They went up, 4-1, ended up getting 5 rounds in the end. They at least gave a bit of threat towards Fnatic. There's nothing coming out here on Ancient. And I think for Sparta, look, if it's another top 8 exit, I don't think it's anything out of normality, right? They've been getting quite a lot of top 8s, but the most part, especially in some of the online tournaments, the Nod wins, the BC Game Masters, CCTs, man, they're going out in Swissers. They've not really had that many good tournament runs. I think the last 3 months, you get, a second place in ECL, and that's it. And that's even not saying much with the opponents you had to play. That LAN they played in St. Petersburg, I know that was when they still had Forrester and Lackey in the team, but that was back in May. They're getting knocked out in the groups by Oxuji, who, I mean, they're getting 7 rounds in an entire best of 3. And, I mean, it hurts because this team was around 40 or so on VRS back in March. I think they reached 43rd in the world. And they've got the players, they've got the talent, but yet they just can't seem to go on deeper runs. They can't seem to beat better teams in Tier 2.
That's true. The whole story arc has been trying to return to that top level. I guess you can get it for both teams, really, because Sparta and their whole former Entropic days, and then Fnatic with the Passion UA project, like they were both cause of teams trying to return back to high-end Tier 2, preferably Tier 1. This match, just both teams step in the right direction to try and, complete that quest.
I don't know how close Sparta are ever going to get to that position, though, because I sort of look at them, Jay, and I think we've covered it already. I mean, Forrester got kicked, Lackey got kicked. I almost didn't expect experienced players to get kicked, but at the same time, if the results aren't coming, then perhaps more players do need to part ways and more youngsters need to come in. But then, I mean, how many more roster changes do you make for this side overall?
Well, I mean, that's a question to ask and answer in the near future. I guess we've still got some time coming out of the player break to see where Sparta are going to land here.
Yeah.
And see where Travis is going to land. Unfortunately, he's facing more technical problems, so we're going to head this to a short break. When we come back, hopefully we can continue with Sparta and Fnatic. And welcome back. Apologies again for the delay and for the absence. It looks like Travis has resolved whatever technical problems have been plaguing him throughout this map up, and hopefully he can start to get a move on, because Sparta are going to need to do just that here. They're down 6-1 on the opponent's map pick and down on a map in the series, so it's survival from this point onwards. The way they need every little bit of impact.
And funny enough, for Fnatic, we've been talking about how there's a head-to-head between Sparta and that last cup in the consolidation final. When Fnatic played that earlier lower bracket game, they went up against Lavked, and you and I, we were covering them quite a lot. That was the old Sparta roster, right? So it's almost revenge for Fear, Jambo, and Jacasmo going up against Dijon and Canfuzz to say, look, we got 2-0 against you last time, we're going to do the exact same thing again. This Ancient has not shown many highlights at all for the CTs. They have found it very difficult, and taking mid instantly, I mean, mate, it's not even 15 seconds into the round as an opening kill.
Travis has catch Fear a bit overly aggressive there towards lanes. There is a trade back for Sparta. 4-on-4, where the CT still have mid control in full here. 2-3 men watching his on same position. Flash forward is good. Carney still gets away with the kill before Marzi falls. Got Dijon round a corner at low HP. This will be an easy pick. He's seeing that flashbang come in. Will still blind fire. Straight connecting would have taken down Dijon, but he gets away.
Now, the AWP is still scaling mid because they're anticipating a double walk, like a double pump back in. And the AWP from Elian is just going to scope up on the angle. Now, if Jambo just holds and sits against Elbow, there should be no chance for Elian.
Well, Elian fighting Jambo in transition. And down on the CT side, advantage tipped the way of Sparta. Need to find a way into that bomb side, though. B is defended lightly. A is now only getting rotations in from currently now. Both these two have been deadly elements. Jacasmo is actually top fragging alongside Fear for the Fnatic. Carney has been the deadly X-Factor assassin. 25 seconds, Fnatic, pick B.
Off angle being held from Jacasmo, he really needs just one and then to try and live.
Also sent deep. Turned away from this into that corner, still with the foul on Travis. Dijon's low, but he hits the headshot. It's all important. No living for Jacasmo. Carney now up to retake. Dijon is low in this exchange. This will be the easy pick. The hard one's going to be against Elian.
We might as well go for it. I mean, they're going to get a full buy in the next round anyway, so just see what presents of the clutch. Now, for Elian and Dijon, they're both just going to play time. They're going to play very defensive in cave.
Slow but sure to the uptake for the AM4. He still hits a good dink on Elian, but it's not enough to get the kill. Orpa lands him and connects a second for Sparta.
Well handled. They thought that Fear was going to get a bit of a free beam, and Travis was quite blinded out there at lane. Jambo loses that one. I mean, look at this trade from Dijon. That's red HP up against Jacasmo. If that bomb carrier goes down, there's no hope for Elian. So second round gets gained on the T side. And from Fnatic's point of view, I mean, there's still quite high tempo. Still a lot of fighting and a lot of map control being gained.
Fast out here from Sparta. Players on the CT side, 3 men to try and receive, but Carney's going to get caught. Canfuzz even lines up 2. Dijon takes him down in the exchange, so it's a little bit of TK action. Jambo turns it into a 3-on-3 as a result. We found that AWP pick onto the man. Advantage aims on HP for Sparta with the bomb pod secured. No. Open beyond CT. Jacasmo spams through that smoke, takes him down. Body block heard on Nickelback, who gets out of dodge to grab that bomb. Shot from Elian, still takes the dink in return. Second kill does not line up. And now Nickelback stands on the center of the site, known towards Fear. Jambo, aware of his position. The bomb carrier will back away. Try and buy an option of a rotate.
Fear's already on it. They're recognizing this straight away. He's backing off and spotting red room, but then also looking in towards the bomb side. Now, Nickelback just needs to isolate a fight somewhere. It doesn't matter where he contacts, donut, red, out on B. He just has to be able to get the insta-kill. And look at the movement that Fear is generating. Like, he's still searching.
Now the reload. I pulled out, Nickelback sees him, and Fear wins the fight easy. Instant response for Fnatic, half advantage secured now on CT. Sparta down by 5 rounds when it started so well for them. Not to be in the end. Rifles will be scarce here on Sparta. Hero Orp brought in by Elian, trying to make a difference, and he has probably been the best player right now on this map for Sparta. But once again, the concern is not him, it's everything else that surrounds him.
There's just been so much that's not gone their way. I mean, that last round features a TK and the bomb planter getting spammed. You then go into the next where you've got a hero AWP and a few upgraded pistols. Nickelback is desperate to create space, work an opening kill. He gets denied. Elian needs to find this connection, and geez, he is on it when it comes to Ancient.
Trying to drag his team out of this position, kicking and screaming. Was missing on the last map, but well and truly alive in this one. They need a hero. Sparta continue to work their way into defaults. Fanatic going to try and challenge them, Carney. Bringing up Orb Jambo around that corner. Deej on shoulder seen. Advantage secured. Meanwhile, Utility comes down to the B bomb site, telegraphing the hit.
Jacasmo doesn't have the util to block, though. He's got himself a smoke and a flashbang, but he doesn't want to use it and give the info away.
Backup has arrived, so they've got a few more options available. Smoke on Shaw's back to clear. Fear going to wait it out. Travis watching, sees his man. A flashbang time perfectly gives. Fear completely blinded. And Travis can get the kill in with a 3-on-3 as the bomb does get secured. CT's are rather quick to position though. Elian hits another one. Jacasmo falls, as does Carney. And it looks like, again, Sparta are going to find another one. Still this time for their favour with the pistols pulled out. Fanatic. Jammer trying to escape with the orb. Caught by the orb of Elian, who lines up 3 in the round. Takes top frag honours for Sparta. And takes a third round for Sparta.
He's playing very well. You can just see the donut pick that comes in with the AWP. He's hitting blinders. And if you're Nickelback, you just start facilitating it. Not only do you give him the AWP as soon as it's available when the economy's good, but you get him in positions where he's going to fight. You don't get him passive. You don't get him refacing with trades. You get him looking for kills. 3-7, I would say, if you can get to 5, it's a decent recovery. Probably still not enough going into the second half. I think you'd still struggle, but they'd look at it and say, at least we've got a game on our hands if we get to 5.
That's CT side being the favoured half of this map. Sparta it will need to be. They can't win the half from here. All you can do is try and take as much as you can, like you say. 5 is their best case. He's given a 4 against Fanatic. Keep their pistols in mind. He's going to go back, making light work of Jacasmo and Fit. And it's USPs and a 5-7 across the rest of the board, so shouldn't be much more threat here for them.
For Sparta, it's now a good moment to start getting a bit of a round streak. I think when we look at Dust 2, it was very streaky from both teams. We didn't really have the back and forth resets where we're getting eco steals or even limited buy victories. It was just round after round. It was pretty clean. 3-7, Jambo out here towards the red room and an aggressive press towards the A main. Everyone's holding out for it and the guns are up here for the teams.
Making 0 mistakes. Jambo to the shoulder shadow rather. Lane still connects and Carney. Stick around with the 5-7 in the hopes of getting an exit frag. It's the best thing he can do right here. Not that we're expecting him to do that. Fanatic will make another concession, a 4th concession to Sparta. Will that be the last concession to Sparta on the CT side?
Carney is hoping that one exit frag may present the chance of picking up a rifle and getting it saved over.
Well, one pick would do it.
Terrorists win.
Oh, just misses the mark on the AWP. Held weapon C, but not in. Fanatic. Now back on the true rifle by Sparta will face the weapons one more time.
And for Fnatic, they've now just got to try and strengthen because they know that they're on a weakened buy state. So there's a few options here. I mean, Fear's already been quite aggressive around ramp and towards the B doors. We'll probably see that in this kind of round.
Now the gate, seen a flying player. Dijon focusing down on Carney first and foremost. As he can trade him. Backup will fall away. Canvas is out of there. Nickelback is in to the A bomb site. Been very heavy-handed in mid, very light on the actual backline defense, so the bomb can try and commit from here. Never's not in an angle, he can reach out to the plant positions, and will get chucked down by Elliot as soon as he swings in. Nickelback got a kill on Fear in the meantime, so this time the 4v2, and it's taken us a map and a half to see Sparta truly look alive in this series, but now they finally do.
There's just nothing in this retake at all. Elian with a superb performance in the first half.
SMG, Jambo trying to get involved here, unable to do so. Maze, M4 standing at range with Elian's AWP. Nades coming in, and Elian will land his double for a 12th casualty. Indeed, the X-Factor element for Sparta, bailing them out and giving them a chance. 5-7 at the turn, still. Game on, says Sparta here, 5-7 at the turn. Still down against Fnatic, but have sprung into life. And they were looking pretty dead at the start of this Ancient. Maybe, just maybe, there might be something in them.
There's still going to have to be a lot of things that go right in the second half, okay? They're going to have to win the opening pistol, they're going to have to win the first gun rounds, they're going to have to get on top of Fnatic early, otherwise there's just no chance. Now, for Elian, he's performing at an adequate level. I'm just worried if he even drops off slightly. Does the rest of the pieces around him have what it takes? Because at least for Fnatic, map number one, it was the Jambo and the Carney show. I think for the majority of that first half, it was Elian and not much else.
Indeed, that I have to say that's pretty much true, and that's been a pretty common factor for Sparta. When Elian's been performing throughout the course of the entire first half, it's frequently none of his teammates that have let him down. Fnatic quickly into the pistol, going to storm this B bomb site where Dijon stands to attention, lands that first blow. kill onto Fear with a headshot, sees the drive-by, sees the player extending out towards long. That's 2 more confirmed individuals. Bomb will be secured as another casualty comes in the CT side. Nickelback closing in into the backstab. Canfuzz onto Kari, deals with him, deals with Marze with Travis support of 2 casualties. Jambo will fall the same, and the pistol win will be secured by Sparta. An all-important one for their campaign.
Very well played from Dijon to not only get the first pick, but just recognise they're rushing B and they're going to take space. Just back off. Just fall away. Don't even look to try and challenge any further. Don't look to try and keep map control against long. Now, get yourself deep towards CT, closer towards the red room, and buys more time for him to stay alive, but then also for the ramp rotation to come in. That's a very clean round in from the retake.
It is game on now. Sparta. Chance has been bought by them. Fanatic. Well, Deagles in an eco. They're saving the money of that previous bomb plant bonus to try to go for a second one right here. And they did the same sort of thing on their T side of Dust 2s, to be fair. A confident buy stay as well as that. They're going to exploit gaps in the defensive of Sparta. No one watching Red Room right now. Dijon's going to get back there. Moment when Marze could have peeked in and caught players back in the back lanes. Dijon does stand alone to deal with 4 individuals out here. Might get run down by the numbers.
Well, he'll be very disappointed to not get that kill against Travis. Dijon doing well to at least get 2.
Canfuzz comes up. Double up of his own accord. Now Fear. Losing his teammates, losing the bomb. And to get lost to his own lifeline. Travis will find the casualty. You know, 7-all, even out. Sparta taking away all of Fnatic's advantage. Now, can they take one back of their own? Can they do the unlikely?
For the first gun round, you would only expect Fear is going to work a lot of lane. He's going to work map control. He's probably not going to be too passive about things. MP9 still into the hands of the captain of Nickelback. And for Sparta, I mean, as soon as that economy gets good, they are going to get Elian on the big green.
Montrose has been with it. So many positions you can utilise as well here on Ancient that favour into the Orpa's hands. Early damage on Canfuzz to kick things off for Fnatic's favour. A nade banked by Carney and Marze will do a little bit of damage to them. Not a huge amount, and not enough that will make a difference to Fnatic in general. They can continue with their mid-campaign. No resistance, they can walk up Red Room. Molotov off the back lines. Dijon's going to be prepared for Marze to be close.
All about first contact. Dijon to spot. A deeper player from Elian is just going to tuck all the way. Shouldn't even jiggle.
That's being heard there by Dijon, will be made there by Dijon. Marzo's back turn. Oh, this is a perfect trap. Elian goes completely unchecked. Kill that secured. Now he's trapped in a one and done. Let's see if we can spot Jambo on the swing. Trying to see if we can see Kane. Now Dijon in support of Elian. It's all timing on when these players beat each other. Jambo just has to keep out of the way. Jakatsu in the meantime has struck down Nickelback. B site's open, but a bomb's on its way to A.
Well, they don't know about B, and Jambo is still around red and doing damage. Oh, what a double kill that is from him!
Carney chimes in onto Canfuzz. The bomb can still be denied. 2 lined up. Cut down by Travis on the first casualty, but Carney holds his nerve with his own double. Sparta with patience. Fnatic with even more. Tactical pause comes out from Sparta's perspective as Fnatic have reclaimed the lead just when once again they were within touching distance of taking it back.
That is just such a sick moment from Jambo in the red room, but then also really sharp shooting coming through from Carney directly on the bomb side. Now, we saw them play Ancient against TLR yesterday, and they got themselves, what, 13-4 result. Carney went 19-5, dropped 90 ADR and nearly a 2.0 rating. So we know that he's got it in the pocket already, that when they do play this map, he's going to be a top performer. It didn't have the most wild first half, but it's a very good sequence to start off in the second. And for Sparta, I mean, they'll be disappointed in themselves. That was such a good setup that they had between Dijon and Elian.
Should have been enough to win the round, but not to be. Fanatic. Marze tagged up. Jacasmo leans up towards the B-bomb side, mostly uncontested with that smoke in the way, and you can see that Travis is wary of it. Nickelback's going to have his head on a swivel at some point. Canfuzz challenge, Jacasmo domes him. Bombs outside the A main entrance though, might be down to Elian to take that defensive line and just goes down to the first port of call. Jambo takes him, Dijon catches players at U2 and Hammer. Jambo from the range, finds the headshot and finds the round with it, 4v2. Sparta have no choice but to save.
Now, with Jacasmo getting 2 rounds in a row where he's got the B pick and he's doing that lurk smoke, he can start to be a bit techie with it. And what I mean by that is, let's just say in the next round, that lurk smoke comes in, mate, he might not even go up ramp. Like, he might not even be at B doors. And that's always the concern with that lurk smoke on B, is that if they're getting success with it, the CTs are going to start bringing more players towards B. They're going to start anti-rushing U2 a little bit more towards ramp, and it's just going to break the setup overall. Now, the 2 CTs have done well out from the doors to at least be able to hold on, make sure that they stay alive. The last thing you want is players dropping.
Terrorists win.
The back goes down though. Travis will stay in play. The only man that remains here. Sparta losing their grip on this one. Fanatic pretty much pummeled them in here. There's no bar on the table around Travis here. You've just got the M4 and that'll be about it.
And for Sparta, I mean, it's just difficult to come back here because it's going to be the exact same scoreline of Dust 2, isn't it? Where you're 7 to 10 down and you're not going to have the AWP out into the hands of Elian. You're not going to have yourself a great buy state going into the next round. I'd like to see if Travis can do something. I mean, it always hurts. Like, let's just say you've got an M4. At least if you've got the odd 5.7, the odd Deagle, maybe a bit of Kevlar, a bit of Util, you've got players that you can kind of bait and set up for, but you don't want to be spending any money, do you? Or if you do, you want to be spending as little as possible because of the loss.
Fanatic standing in very similar circumstances to the tail end of that Dust 2. Sparta a little comeback. 10-7 deficit that ultimately turned over Fnatic over in the last map. And they probably should do the exact same thing here. One man to hold off on B, Gamble stack towards A, Nickelback. Stands alone with the USP. So it's taken, the bomb is secured, and the round is already over.
Not that it makes a huge difference, but you have invested into some util, and Nickelback can't even throw a cave smoke. That might be one of those moments where if that smoke lands correctly, there's not going to be a cancel, but there's maybe a stall for time, there's maybe a rotation back from the A players. You never know how it's going to play out. It's when you're so limited, you just can't be making mistakes like that. At least they hold on to the M4. At least you've got that moving forward.
Small something. Small something's all going to get right here. Pistols will try to force in, but can catch players off. Nah. Nice try not to be.
Terrorists win.
Fnatic lead by 3. Rifles regained by Sparta. Still no AWP in Elian's hands, knowing he was within touching distance if they had just won that previous rifle round. Maybe he could be unleashed once again, but relegated to just the automatic. Nade sets damage. Chunky and now heavy with a much more centralized nade. That center of mass in mid. One more HE comes out of lane. Doesn't connect all that much onto the CT's side there. Half HP for Nickelback and Canfuzz.
Well, it's super respectful. They're not coming out elbow. They're not coming out of B doors. They're basically giving complete control towards the CTs, and then you retake space. You come out elbow on a contact. And unfortunately for the CTs, I mean, you fought all for mid, and what have you really gained from it? You've got Nickelback down on 58, you've got Canfuzz on 57, and you've not been able to isolate a fight. You've not even been able to get a contact in.
Back, receiving contact, and Marze just sprays him down. The Tracer's giving away position. Molotov's back a big box. The Mars looking to lean in with M4 of Ellie, and they do catch off Fear, so that's one trade back. The bomb lost towards main as a result of it too. The other CT players, as Elian goes falling, Dijon's going to trade him. Canfuzz still looking to get involved here. Well, that first, and he's back up for the second. They are out of util, only one more incendiary. 35 seconds still. They're going to swing more directly. They don't win it out. Dijon takes it back, and Marze trades him to a 1 versus 1. Travis on his way back in. M4 hugs that corner and gives away nothing. No info. Molly sent out towards Donut's entrance. AK with his back turned. Knife pulled, and Travis, his patience pays off. Gives Sparta another lifeline.
Unfortunately for Fear, in that setup, he just can't lose the bomb in from A. They get a really good pick in from Donut. He's got to live. He probably activates a little bit too early. When that bomb gets dropped, I mean, the round fills over. It takes ages for players to get back into position. The trades aren't really that great for the T side either. And then if you're Marze, mate, he could be anywhere, can't he? I mean, he could be flanking you at A main. He could be Donut, Temple, CT. You've got absolutely no idea in that 1v1.
Job's not over for Sparta here. They've got another rifle round to win with a weakened investment stake from Nickelback and Canfa still on the SMG and a FAMAS, but Alien past the AWP by Travis. Leaning in first up here, seen by Jacazmo, takes him down. Might be a quick beat pop, especially as Dijon falls. Nickelback's on 5 points of health. In a round that they could not afford to lose, Sparta have been schooled by Fanatic. Nickelback will drop, card is extended to the back lanes. Alien and Canfuzz, they've got nothing. They have to save again. The Fanatic will be up to 11. And Sparta just can't catch a break.
And I think from Sparta, at certain points throughout this map, and even the last one at Dust 2, I think you can see the potential and perhaps even the pedigree of the ceiling of the team. But it's still just the same outcome, isn't it? I mean, I think back to some of the quarterfinals that they've played recently. They played a quarter in Nodwin Clutch Series 7. They faced off against Big, couldn't win a map. They then played another quarterfinal in CCT against Omega, couldn't win a map. And even at times, you can feel like you're competing. If you're not winning even maps in these quarters, what hopes do you have of going on runs? Right? Like, what hopes do you have of even winning a title in Tier 2?
Sparta in a project that have failed to launch with the new organisation. Had a lot of promise when they were White Bird. We had a lot of hopes and expectations that they could run it back, but right now it just doesn't feel like they're anywhere near that kind of caliber.
And even though they have forced a lot of players in and out, mate, Nickelback and Alien started this project in September of last year. I mean, we're nearly a year in. That's a long time in Tier 2, right?
And in that time, we haven't seen them hit the heights. Relive the glory days of Entropic for those two, but just not happening. Fnatic. Put them out of their misery here in ECL. Dijon's taken 2 casualties. Carney and Maisie. Marze fragged out by Sparta. Fnatic at least put on a bit of a back foot. An opportunity presenting the CT side. They just can't balls it up now. Jacazmo open to lean. Nickelback's got a 5-7. Dijon's on low HP with a FAMAS on site. Travis will get back out of cave, so he'll protect his life.
The rare miss there from Jambo, and Fear might just drop the bomb out in round.
Right, goes well for the first man, not for the second. The 5-7 baits, the M4 switches, and indeed that bomb has fallen. Back up of Aliens rotating in from A main, so he's going to take some time to get here with the AWP scoped in. Jambo, similar story. Entering into the B-bomb site via ramp. Smokes on cave, counter smokes from short. They're rotating off the bomb site nearly entirely.
I tell you what, if Jambo can get out to long and get that bomb down, this round's on. Like, he's got to be in a good position, though. He can't just sit around default. He's got to be able to try and cut the rotates. And they just don't have any info. And for the CTs, even though they've rotated completely off a B, they are searching. So they're coming up shelf very quickly, which means that they can insert into cave and even down to ramp.
Alien will keep his head up towards ramp, but join up with his teammates. 16 seconds. Jambo, give up the ghost. Bomb dropped again. Molotov's down. Forcing one player away, but there's two more to contend. Smokes up. Blind fire does not get through the wall. Bangs to Chasmo. Stand centralized. Swing coming in. Seeing Dijon turn away at the wrong moment. Travis made noise. M4 adjusted. Orpa can be now seeing the incendiary basis. Travis does go down that one fight. Jacasmo needs the perfect head on towards Dijon. Can't let him get a pop shot off, and he does. So Sparta maintain 9.
Well, technically, in that 3v1, that's perfect Counter-Strike on display. I mean, they're not over-peaking too quickly. They're not really offering individual fights, even though they're all separate and it's one cave, one long, one from ramp. As soon as there's a contact, you swing together. You make sure that you give yourself the best chance possible of trading. Dijon out there towards ramp to be able, or down from the elbow position in mid to be able to get the 2, but it was the bomb being dropped in ramp that made it very awkward. At least for Fnatic, I mean, the bomb plant bonus helps out because the loss isn't that great. So we're even seeing in the rebuy, I mean, the in-game leader of Fear is going to go down towards a Tech 9.
I think the economy's starting to look shaky. Sparta trying to find their recovery and find their survival. Still being put on early back feet, though. Tagged up heavy is Jambo, but as is Dijon. Fnatic currently leaning in towards A main, where you've got Canfaz on the tree boost, watching for contact. He's got smoking from his teammates, so block the access.
And for Fnatic, when you're in a round that's as limited as the buy state as this is, you need some heroics. You need someone to create an opening kill, create a bit of a play. Now, at the moment, they don't have map control anywhere. They're being quite slow on the T side. They're trying to reserve onto as much of the utility as possible. They're slowly walking out lane. And Fear might just try and get themselves a bit of a distraction out B. See if they can force it over a rotation, because it looks like the bomb still wants to head A.
Marze will find space in mid with smoke down the red room. No one's watching mid at all, in fact. Dijon's AK set back line, watching the donut entrance. The Tech 9 will lead them in. He'll be cross-firing with smokes coming out. Player would have been heard there. She reveals the man, and Dijon hits that headshot. M4 retreat detected. Canfaz gets the kill. Dijon goes down. Jacasmo and Jambo combine to take those two players out. Rotation's a little bit awkward. Jacasmo caught by the nade, caught by the damage, and does take down Alien with him. So 3-on-2, but look at the health available for the C-side players.
You just play time, though. You've re-smoked off towards CT. That's going to funnel them into Temple instead.
Nade on Travis, lands perfect to Jacasmo, so he's fallen next. Jambo is all posted. No further util for the CT side. They're going to move quick, but Jambo, what a flick that is! Back to the impact. Molotov on the bomb as Marze peeks in from main. Travis didn't suspect it. And Fnatic have hit match point at last.
I tell you what, Alien's been a joy to watch throughout this map, but my god, what a shot that is from Jambo. That is such a serious connection. And for Sparta, they'll be kicking themselves on that one. The re-smoke down to A main and an opening kill. Canfaz just gets dinked instantly and cannot escape. And we mentioned how many times Jacasmo was getting spams in that first half. Look at the spam he gets against Alien on CT.
Alien may have been a joy in this map. Jambo's been a joy in this series. He might not be as high fragging as he was on Dust 2, but he certainly has provided impact, as has Carney for that matter. Extra leaders in Jacasmo. You can see where this team can be so deadly, where the X factor really lies in this series with Fnatic all the way. Sparta struggling to get these rounds together, have lost all their money, so it's SMGs and Deagles. Alien's already put down on the A site. B was a heavy gamble stack, and it's a gamble that hasn't paid off. Fnatic would have gone down. Sparta will have to rotate to try to set up some sort of retake attempt, but attempt is the key word. I don't think they're going to make this happen. I think this is GG.
It definitely is. Imaging Hasmo is going to be so annoying to deal with.
They go back here and free fires it. Travis does get the wallbang headshot through the cheetah wood. Travis will follow it up onto Marze as well in mid. So now it's a couple of weapons to play with. An SMG still sat in with Dijon Canfuzz. Upgrade to that rifle. The AK in on Travis will have to lead them up. Have they given themselves a chance here? They may well have done. They're going real quick. Contact from Carney. Cuts down Travis. AWP leads up. Shot missed out. Look to the back line. Connects on Dijon. Canvas taking one. AK picked up to the second. Where's the last? It's Fear. Waiting. Holding. Bomb tapped. Canfuzz has no kit. He's got a smoke on his pouch. That force Fear into a fight. Doesn't quite win it. Now he's got to go for the smoke and the defuse. Tap and stick. Try to force the man into the open. Win the spray. But I don't think there's time for this. It's way too far ticked. Canfuzz, try as he might, he will fail it. And Fanatic will take this series 13-9 in 2-0 fashion. Sparta eliminated in the quarterfinals of ECL.
Well, Sparta will be very frustrated at themselves because they had an excellent start to today. They went up against Mouse NXT in the Group D decided game and lost just 5 rounds on Map 2 and Map 3 combined. You're hoping that that momentum that Elian dropping 40 kills and 11 deaths can come into this best of 3 and really capitalise. Looked flat at times, looked average across both the maps, and I think Fnatic just clearly showed that they can outclass them in a best of 3.
And very clearly showed that the X Factor most certainly is here with this team. I mean, you were talking about Kane and being misused on NIP. I think that was very obvious with how things panned out in this series. But as well as that, all the map badges that he's had so far with Fnatic, he has been just an absolute star for them, and that's so encouraging to see from him as an individual. He's really stepping it up for this side, and he's not the only man. Jambo was the other main element, and it's like you've got 2 elements of star power versus only one really delivering on the second map for Sparta's perspective with no real support around it. And that is a real big concern for me for this team because we have high expectations for them. We know the experience is there, and now you've supposedly added some pieces that should deliver some firepower, but it's still not enough for this side.
Yeah, I don't know really what to make of it. I think for Sparta, it's another disappointing exit. I know that you're going up against the strongest side, but you are going up against an opponent that's winnable, and I didn't get that threat today. I look at Fnatic going into the semis and think, mate, they play either Gen 1 or Brute. See you later, 2-0 on your bike. They'll go straight towards that grand final. Now, knowing that Ho2 somehow lost a map to Entropy, Fnatic, are they the #1 team in this bracket now? Probably not. I would still give it towards Ho2. But if there's some sort of upset chance, right, if there's a quarterfinal loss for them or even a semi-final loss, then Fnatic clearly are the #1 team in the competition left.
Well, I will say that first map was a little bit silly. I don't know if you caught it. 28-26 was the final scoreline on that cache. So, yeah, make of that what you will with Entropy taking that map up. And it's the only real result that we've seen in this Fnatic Sparta matchup. The other ones are still ongoing. Quasar Bushido Warriors look set to end 11-5 right now for Quasar upper map in the series. Brute Gen 1, similar story but not quite as one-sided, 10-9 for Brute at present. So that's the lay of the land right now for the quarterfinals. I think you're right about Fnatic in terms of where they stand in the semis. I still feel like it looks like it could be a Fnatic and Ho2 grand final with the way things stand. It feels like that's the almost appropriate way to make it happen. And for Fnatic as well, like they just want a good run, like I said earlier. I think that they've shown that they have what it takes to do it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think it's a good little event for them, right? We've got, 14 cups out in Europe. It's going to be one hell of a bracket once you get in towards those regional finals. But for Fnatic, they're coming out of the player break. They've made a couple of changes. You don't really want to get thrown into the deep end straight away with your CCT playoff invites where you're going up against, top 30, top 40 teams on VRS. You're going up against Misa outside of top 100. TLR outside of top 100. Sparta today, 109. Those are all confidence games, aren't they? That's where you get your reps against the weakened competition, where you can pummel them, get one-sided results, and build up confidence, and not only that, winning streaks.
Well, let's see if Fnatic's winning streak can continue as the playoff bracket does roll on. Of course, the mainstream is about to conclude. We've still got our community casters watching on the other matches on their own personal channels, so make sure you're tuning into all that action across ESL Challenger League today. Tomorrow, we're back with you at 1 p.m. CEST, where we continue with the semi-final action and, of course, the grand finals later on that evening. So thanks for joining us today. We'll see you back here tomorrow to conclude Cup 1 of the ESL Challenger League.
Destroying utility, you'd think he'd peak, but the thing is, there's a reason ESX is still waiting in toward those vets. Dijon will go down for 3, but Campus is holding on beautifully. The fact he's gotten 3.
AOK coming in. He's going to have to do it all by himself. He's spotted out 2 now, but without finding the double spray down, you feel like it might be over. That's a lot of damage done, though, on the dink through the corner. How is Travis going to play this one? Tries to get aggressive, and AOK drops him down. Glee. Opdust is not in good position to capitalize on the distracted players, but he sets them up, to say the least. Nickelback finds AOK. P2 50 reveals, but it's ESX with the crisp frag that might over. It's just over, really. Has he gone on the bomb in good time? They're not quite prepared for him. I don't know that he has time. Honestly, looking at the bar, it's going to be awfully close. Oh man, Elian finds the kills, knocks him off the bomb. I think he did have the defuse, actually.
Yeah.
Travis can punish the first man. Is the second man murdered out? Absolutely not. But Carney's spray goes all over the place.
Oh boy, you thought
EK leaning up with the smoke. He's got a backup player up behind him. Byron scored a 3. Dijon and Nickelback and Alien all down to Carney. The bomb's on its way to A.
they don't know about B, and Jambo is still around red and doing damage. Oh, what a double kill that is from him.
Carney chimes in onto Canfuzz. The bomb can still be denied. 2 lined up. Cut down by Travis on the first casualty, but Zorp posted. No further detail from the CT side. They're going to move quick. But Jambo, what a flick that is. Back to the impact. Molotov on the bomb as Marze peeks in from main. Travis.
Good one from Matcha. Matcha stands his ground. And Yuri, this late piece, sure, you found Soulfly, but you've got a minute to try and piece together another clutch. And that's kind of been Yuri's specialty. Does he have the capacity? Does he have the time?
Adrian walks it. We'll have to start acknowledging the possibilities in a moment's time. Ramp to heaven. Outside to main. Set up a strong, the bomb under their remit. This is tough to break for Yuri. No time to go heaven, has to be the main play.
Still, he hasn't announced his presence. Moxig's up close, a little peek in. Missed shot from the AWPer. Now he knows where Madja is, and he's running at it to do another Yuri special. Just Madja to stand his ground for that third. He's done so much work, and he does even more! A determined captain clutches up, keeps the sheet clean for Aurora.
Couldn't get the hands on the AWP there. Enough money to bring it out, but under pressure are Aurora. The pistol round. This is the most solid of the lot so far. The last two have had their moments. Good attempt there from Yuri. They have been able to drop the AWP thanks to Arcadia's extra funds. get back in now with the full buy. Cross with pace, the bombs are part of this.
He stays silent on his descent. He's played him like a book. Beautiful. K-Serato caught. There's Soulfly. A whole lot more work to do. A whole lot more targets on his screen. Molodoi will remove his head. Fallen lingers hard. They're keeping this tricky. Zantares, if he finds Molodoi, Fury has hopes and dreams down with it for just to crack their silence on this T side. You've got Wicardia, not looking the right way. Big one back from Yuri, but if they pivot, they're not aware of Madja. Fallen. He's saying it's clear, little do they know. Yuri, will you get the info? Will you buy your time for this sweep from Fallen? He's told, wait, just wait, now we go! That's a tricky way to get your first T round on the board.
Haven't planned, they're gonna give this one a look. No HP on more, no they're not. Lots of risk, the ult and the M4 with the money already shattered. Got the kit, but they don't want to give this one a chance. Patience is the key in that one, giving Fallen the time. At least they'll have something to contend with in the next Aurora. It's a bit of pill to swallow for the Turks.
You often talk about manipulating rotations. Well, a demonstration from Furia. And the communication clearly flowing as well.
This is the fight right here. Yuri surprised. Wicardia trying to make the play that wins the round. Takes one step too far. And the rotations go with it. Gets on the mic before the money's gone. MP9, 5-7, that's the low end. Wicardia on a FAMAS, not great. Furia with some clear pace and intent with yard crosses. We've seen them with the Tech 9s, now the AKs. Just charge yard, get the space. So Aurora want to play ahead. Do they want to play for some yard control?
Quick extinguish. There's Zantares chipping in with Wicardia's help as well. They've stopped him in the choke. Lost in the smoke, will back away. Already hampered is Furia's T campaign round 5. Not a lick of damage dealt to the defensive side. Deep smoke thrown out by Zantares to delay on Squeak.
So much utility invested for Furia to find that opening. The fact that they get nothing with it, this is going to be a very tough round to get back into.
Looks like Fallen's got a plan. Molodoi is a big part of that, especially with Yuri finding Wicardia. Hang on. Suddenly they just let loose, charging in towards that side. You've got Zantares, has to be somewhat of a rock here. Support from Soulfly. Takes some of that space away. The nade hampers Zantares down to half. He's been spotted. That information is relayed. He's still able to find one. Then Yakinda caught off guard. Thought he was safe to plant. Soulfly good at chip in. Scuttles out the nade. Fallen and Molodoi side by side. The student and the master. If Aurora are invested, every penny. Molodoi can come up clutch. All for naught. Soulfly spotted. Here comes Woxic though. There's the first isolated. They're trying to overwhelm him. Strength in numbers, surely. Strength in numbers. They will prevail. Another CT round for Aurora.
Hard fought for that. The opener It set him up. But chip back in. The limited util, flashing Wakadia into the fight. 4-1. Nothing consecutive. The Brazilian call. And well handled under pressure. So up to the task are Aurora. The desk highlighting they are playing well. Regardless of the result we had unfold on map number 1, they are here to play today. Furious shove. Light on the AKs. Galil heavy. This time back to the yard antics.
It cannot be questioned. Aurora do have their stage legs. They stand further than any Turkish team has ever been in the major circuit.
Woxic knows nothing's crossed. Yakinda looking to take some space. Close main, Wakadia knows this is a possibility.
It all hangs in the balance of this. The move from Yakinda. There's friction on top side. Just one back. Magic does go down. Yuri accelerates. Has Wakadia on notice. 14 HP. From heaven, Zantares with empty hands. A bullet between his eyes from Yuri's Galil. Soulfly makes his presence known. Woxic behind the smoke main. Flash is available to get Soulfly back in. It's Wakadia to set him up. Can he do what Zantares couldn't? From heaven. Looking for that frag, swings one out. Serato to receive him, and that could be Furia's second. It is Furia's second.
He's putting in a shift right now. 2 massive kills to draw them back. Nadra and Wakadia, they find opening incisions. Yuri with the double. And that spells trouble as the attempt to go back in, it just felt meek. Soulfly on his own, they weren't grouped up. It didn't look like they were connected there. So a half-hearted attempt from Aurora. Does continue this seesaw of the finances. The game continues like this and Furia breaks serve. Be a landslide of rounds that'll follow. And look at the reaction there. That's after the flashes came in. And he was well dead watching that unfold. And those are the frustrations that you have to avoid creeping in if you're Aurora. Gotta be cognizant of the saves. The ops in the mix. The block utility. No, it won't be full force. Ramp boost and Tares. Man set up for success by Soulfly. The ramp actor joined by the yard rifler. As gambles have to be taken in a round like this, Turks cannot just play a standard round with a bite. It's hodgepodge. Orb on the line, smoke about to fade.
Serato playing a dangerous game. Woxic, he's there to punish that exact maneuver. First blood drawn by the biggest gun.
And we've got this ramp stack.
Yeah, this is what Soulfly's been positioned to deal with. Now they know about his close MP9. They don't know about that second man. Zantares being set up to succeed. It's Soulfly the bait. And it's Zantares that should be that right hook. Oh no! Gets absolutely nothing. Matchup running him down. It's a collapse. Woxic trying to hold on to his honor, hold on to his orb. He's dropping down. He wants friction. He wants a fight. He's telling Wakadia, I can do something here. Just wait and see what I can find. He goes fishing. Wakadia pokes his nose in, spotted now. Yuri is low HP. Oh, he's hit him. Fallen rocked. An AWP bullet through his boots. Can't adjust. Molodoi proactive. And that should secure it.
And that's an AWP for Molodoi right there. Yuri with 3 big ones again. Back-to-back rounds. This man is finding impact. These ain't clutches. These are clawbacks. Now to 1-round game. He goes down with the ship. Another gun saved. Another threat on the board. But again, Aurora's bite. will have to be light on. This is tough at ramp. I think Soulfly, he played that well. He valued his life, but this second one, Xantares is going to be kicking himself. Imagine the same. Able to find lethality. And Faber, you can see his reaction in the background there as well.
You can see from Madge's face, he feels he's losing his grip. This one shouldn't be too much to say. Just Wicardia. Bit of a one-man army, or 4.
He's in the right position to get something done.
There's a lot of bodies here. Fallen, sitting duck. There's the trade. AK denied, and surely the rest of the round will fall into place. It's just the starter pistols. And it's Furia that are picking up pace.
A reminder to the moment, Aurora broke new ground for Turkish Counter-Strike, but this is the first time they find themselves in the semi-finals of a major. Green K Serato, they tasted it before in the most heartbreaking fashion, Rio. Fallen, we all know his story. It's the stage experience, a lot more lopsided. And then you compound that with the success. Now they just need to piece the final moments of this together, but again, Furia, pause for thought, poise on display. Cool, calm and collected, not getting drawn into a back and forth forced by affair. Continuing the crisp game plan. Xantares, Woxic and Soulfly on the pistols to get through. 25.
Clears out Xantares. Yuri's approach from heaven makes the angles awkward. Woxic vulnerable, and they will fall. We've got a tied up game, folks.
Four rounds T-side new. Not far off the mark. Might even be happy with that. And that's without the pistol. So putting in the hard graft, putting out the financial war of attrition. And now looking to put a little bit more pain down range. Again with this pace on yard. Kinder surging.
Acting bigger than he is.
Woxic's already down towards Secret to plug this gap, so his riflers know he's got the line. Ramp and top need to hold strong.
It's Madja. Partners up with the Turkish prodigy in Wicardia.
Ramp just smoked, so can't make the move just yet, but does give them a little bit of staging area. Xantares is the man to fill the void. Soulfly's across towards Red Pole, and the ramp explosion at the ready. And the Turkish Terminator stop this.
He has to find that stage wobble and shake it off. Only the one. Territory lost. Madja accelerates forward. Yeah, Kinder gets the reaction they were waiting for. An overextension puts Furia back in the driving seat. Woxic onto Fallen. K Serato versus Wicardia, standoff. Madja's forward position could take that bomb off the back of Molodoi. Barrel spotted, Madja ready. Gets the info safely, but with 28 seconds, that bomb carrier needs help. No one nearby to lend a hand, and Wicardia's got K Serato. No, he doesn't. Madja's there. Woxic can't hit his shot. Hang on a second, it's up to Madja. Both of them are there. Jumping, and what's he doing? 45. This is tense. Should be a dead man. Should be dead.
This is agonizing for Aurora. They're being strung out, they're being toyed with, these rotations, pushed, pulled.
I can't believe Molodoi doesn't lose bomb there. When the barrel's spotted, Madja's in the off angle, he gets the info and they get the round.
They're so calm. They get the staging area, they take some space, they force the rotations, they're putting so much pressure on Aurora, and it's just mounting now as every round slips by. More and more pressure lobbed on top. That's 4 consecutive, 5 of the last 6. And that cushion, that's just from the pistol. This one here, Soulfly moves. He thinks he's the man who has to try and take some space, take the risk, get some information. And Madja attempts to play the clock, forces their hand, doesn't want the fight.
Are the cracks starting to show?